Hello there, Future Jake here. I just wanted to take a quick moment and say the first part of this video has some audio issues. Nothing crazy, nothing over the top, but just not up to our standard. At the time, I had gotten a new microphone and we had many a wrestling match, and actually halfway through the video that you're going to watch here, it's actually a separate session, I switched back to this current setup because I just didn't like it. So if there's anything in it that sounds weird, funny, anything like that, I appreciate it if you could bear with me. And while you're here, if you want to take a quick moment and hit the subscribe button, the like button, maybe share this playthrough with a friend of yours, who knows, I would greatly appreciate it. But thank you so much for watching, and please enjoy the show. Hello, and welcome to this episode of the Dragons of Stormwreck Isle. I almost said Dragon of Icefire Peak out of habit. That would have been funny, but you can check out that playthrough and all that stuff on our channel. But I am joined by a wonderful cast of characters. We've got some familiar faces, definitely familiar if you saw the first episode. Hopefully, yeah.
Please go check that one out before you get
this is one. This is going to be chapter 2.
You may
a little weird to start here, but you know.
If you have seen the last episode and we aren't familiar, please see a medical professional.
Yeah, and or alert us if something seriously bad has happened. But yes, my name's Jake. I am the dungeon master of this little excursion, and my friends here, we've got Michael, Master Yoda. We've got Josh, therealjoshT. We've got Ricku, who's at Ricku Twitch, and Nooch, the barkeep. Gentlemen, do you have anything you want to share? Nooch, you were maybe teasing something funny. You don't have to if you don't want to, but you can if you want to.
I was teasing something funny. Oh, like
you something about Microsoft. You were Guinness. Yeah, okay, Guinness. Yeah, okay, that works.
Guinness while we were getting ready for this.
I don't understand.
Yeah. We were just griping about audio issues trying to start this, and I made a Space Force reference that no one got, and rightfully so.
But if you can imagine what it is, let us know in the comment section of this video. That would be lots of fun.
It's in my Netflix queue.
Ooh, all right.
So that can mean anything, really.
All right, well, I guess we'll hop right into it. So yeah, we've got cats on screen. Michael's got a couple of those.
Oh, last thing.
Here. Yeah.
Domingo has his own Spotify playlist.
Oh.
But you can only see it in the JnJtabletop Discord server, so you definitely want to join that.
Nice.
Yeah, gotta check our link tree for those kinds of things. And yeah, Domingo now has inspiration. Yeah. All right, fellas. Last time on the Dragons of Stormwreck Isle, our group of adventurers, we've got Domingo here. We've got, which just popped up on screen, which is wonderful, who's an Ardling rogue. We've got Hulbrecht, the Air Genasi cleric, Fontaine, the human artificer, and Zugarf, the orcish barbarian, all came to Dragon's Rest, which is on Stormwreck Isle, for a different reason, or they had their own reasons. And as soon as they got off the boat, weird drowned sailor zombie creatures came out of the water. Things went down. There was uncomfortable interactions between some of the current residents and one current resident, and Zugarf saw somebody he didn't expect. Fontaine is excellent at interpersonal communication. Ingvald, Hulbrecht's Squire is probably pushing it. We'll say friend. Hulbrecht's ward is actually probably the most accurate. Yeah. We learned he's not so great at throwing a dagger. At least under pressure.
Yeah.
But yeah, you had a wonderful meal. You asked people about the zombies and why they were showing up. And I think I may have misled a little bit. They have been happening a little bit more as of late, but since the shipwreck is when things have increased a little bit more. So let's just say dinner is winding down. I forget exactly where I left off. Everybody's starting to clean up. Let's start. I'm going to take a page out of Josh's book from Ancient Relics and Hokey Religions. Domingo. What is Domingo doing as everybody is cleaning up and doing their thing?
So he's going to help clean up. He's going to take his sweet time doing it so that he could, I think, catch Tarak on the way out while the two were...
Sure.
You know, maybe there's some people lingering around. Maybe they see, I don't know. He's not being particularly stealthy about it, but he's going to go up to Tarak and...
yeah, we'll actually say, I'm just going to make this up. Because Tarak cooked, he didn't have to clean. So he left. He was one of the first to leave. And so he went to what looks like... I'm not gonna say like a greenhouse, but he's like looking at some plants and things like that, the garden.
Okay. So he's gonna go up to Tarak and he's going to put a ring on his pinky finger and look at Tarak in the eye. And for those of you who don't know, Domingo as a rogue has Thieves' Cant, which he would think Tarak would recognize based on his tattoo. And he's going to shake his hand and say, I hope to hear more about what you've been doing on this island, and I can't wait for you to show us around. And he says it in a way where he kind of hopes that Tarak would pick up on his meaning.
Yeah.
Or like, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
Why did you leave?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he As soon as you start fiddling with the ring and doing all sorts of stuff like that, like you see a look of recognition, and you hold the paw out. He shakes the paw just like a good dog. I just love it. I'm gonna have you roll.
First roll of the night.
Yeah, I'll let you roll what. I mean, are you trying to intimidate? Are you trying to persuade? What are you?
I guess it'd be more of an intimidation.
Okay.
Just kind of like, I'm wise to your tricks a little bit, you know, and I'm not going to be misled.
Okay. Oh, you're the face of the party from this high charisma group here.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I'm imagining.
That's a 2 on the die.
Nice.
So, +4 intimidation, though. It's a 6.
Okay. All right.
First roll of the night.
Yeah.
There's a chance.
Starting up strong. We can only go up from here, boys.
Exactly.
Yeah, so for the most part, he had a pretty friendly demeanor. Domingo, you probably noticed that if I remember correctly, you had a few very like eye contacty moments during dinner, but you didn't really say anything. Mm-hmm. He kind of...
You're not subtle about it at all, though.
Yeah. No, he kind of like... He's still holding your paw, and he just kind of looks you in the eye, kind of like tilts his head slightly, just says, well, I'm not sure we know each other well enough for that just yet. And then he lets go of your paw and just stares back at you.
Well, just say you got some people looking for you back home. I think you know exactly where I'm coming from. You didn't exactly... You left a trail of breadcrumbs is what I'm saying.
His eyes drop to the floor a little bit. And then just kind of meet yours again. What do you intend to do about it?
intend to find out why, and I intend to bring back what was taken.
If only that was possible. He actually looks like he's starting to choke back tears at that. I tell you what, if you can help my friends, maybe we'll talk about that afterwards.
We can start with why, and I'll see if I like the answer. And I walk away.
All right. Woo. Here we go, folks. Wow. Was anyone else interested in talking to Tarak? I forget.
I was.
You were. Okay, so how about this?
To have a much more peaceful and amicable conversation.
Kubrick just walks up like.
I was gonna say, how about this? Hulbrick, you were a little. Maybe you just were a little more involved in the helping cleanup process, and
for sure.
Yeah, and you start heading that direction. You see Domingo walk. You walk past each other.
What's Domingo's vibe and like look leaving that conversation?
He's got his head in the clouds. You can tell he's rattled.
Okay. I can, from the limited amount of time that I've spent with Domingo, like on the ship and leading up to this point, like
yeah, he looks tense. He looks a little bit distracted as well.
Okay.
Not completely with it at the moment, we'll say.
Sure. Then knowing that, I would probably stop you. And I'd be like, Domingo, is everything okay? You seem distracted.
I just like to know what we're signing up for, that's all. I'm not getting the best vibe of this mission.
I agree. Undead sailors is usually a sign that things aren't going great here. I was actually on my way to go speak with Tarak about the Myconids that we were going to try and deal with tomorrow. Would you like to join me for that conversation? Maybe he can help clear up some information for us.
I'm actually starting to get a little woozy, a little lightheaded, so I think I'm just gonna find a place to bed down for the night, if that's all right.
Of course.
It's been a long day of travels and fighting and meeting people. It's a lot, you know.
If you need anything, let me know. You can always pump out a cure wounds. I got one more left for today.
Appreciate you.
Of course. And then I will go and speak to Tarak.
Yeah. You walk in and Tarak's back is to you. He looks like he's fiddling with some gardening tools and
I'll just kind of like, if there's like a stone wall or something, I'll just kind of like knock on something and be like,
yeah. You hear him clear his throat a little bit and turn around. Yes. Oh, hello, Hulbrick. Is that right?
Absolutely. Tarak, are you okay? Is there something wrong with this greenhouse? Everyone seems to be lightheaded coming out of here.
I'll be fine. Okay. Thank you. What can I do for you?
I was coming to speak with you regarding the Myconids and what we were gonna be up against tomorrow. Get a better idea of what we can expect to find.
Yes, of course. Their leader, Sinessa, she's very sweet. We've always had a good understanding of each other, and our relationships, it's worked just fine. I mean, I usually bring him composting material, and he just kind of gestures over to the corner. He's like, before you go tomorrow, this will be right here. You can bring that. They'll appreciate that. And they, they give us the heart cap mushrooms so I can make healing potions, and I'm just concerned about them. That's all.
Of course. What's been going on? I understand there's been an issue with the hard cap mushrooms, but has there been something troubling the Myconids?
I can't get in there. There's a large guardian of some kind at the entrance to the cave. Some kind of, I don't even know, like a fungus covered octopus thing. Anytime I try to row in there, it looks like it's going to try and stop me, and really, I don't know if it's something that they wanted, trying to keep people out, or I don't know. I just...
How's your relationship been with Sinessa? It seems more or less symbiotic, that you're helping them, providing them with materials to grow, they're providing you with hardcap mushrooms. Like, it seems like you're... Absolutely.
Yeah. There's, from everything I can tell, it's been fine. I don't know what could have happened, and I couldn't tell you.
Can you describe this fungal octopus in better detail?
It's really big. It seems to just kind of hang out at the mouth of the cave. There's water there, and it's just like an octopus covered in fungus. I don't know.
Sure. And it's not all squishy being out of the water. Usually octopus, when they get out of the water, they just kind of like little puddles.
I didn't see it on land. It was in the water, guarding the entrance to the cave.
Oh, it's deep enough water guarding this cave entrance? We have to come by boat?
Yes, there's a walkway that you can get to. I usually just take the rowboat, which you're welcome to use if you prefer. But if you go on land, you can walk down if you want to.
I must say, it sounds like there's the potential for battle against this octopus, and I would much rather fight it on land than by sea.
I mean, either way, you're gonna have to go past a watery entrance before you can get to the steps to the cave. But I don't blame you. I want to fight it in its natural habitat.
Ideally, we don't have to fight it. And this may be a guardian that the Myconids have enlisted in order to protect them. Maybe they're plagued by this zombie threat like everyone else. Speaking of zombie threats, have you noticed anyone strange coming into the area lately? I understand that this has been happening for a while, but that this is more common post-wreck.
Yes, I couldn't really say anything other than since that ship did crash, that it seems like there's been a little bit more of them. Again, I mean, I didn't go out to check on the wreck at all, but...
Did anybody? I feel like if there were a wreck right off the coast of an island I lived on, I would at least try and help survivors.
Hold on. Jake will check the answer to this question.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Guinness.
Yes.
Grab yourself a pint of the black stuff and a pickled egg.
Yes. Drink it.
For truly authentic experience.
Motto.
Please drink responsibly.
While Jake is looking that up, that when he said you shake his paw, I just imagined the way Indy gives handshakes.
Where it's like,
and yeah, exactly.
Puts it on top, you know.
And that's the image now forever.
Yeah. I was trying to wrap my head around him putting on a pinky ring. I was like,
there was a few things to wonder about it.
Yeah. I would think he has fingers because he uses daggers and short swords and stuff.
Well, maybe he's got fancy gloves that have like a little thumb bandage.
Maybe we make that canon.
Yeah, sure. However you want.
Maybe it's a thing now. Now that I can't unsee it.
Anyways, so you just asked, has anyone checked out
the
wreck? Yeah, okay. He says, well, a few days ago, Varnoth and Rix did see the wreck off the coast, but they saw it abruptly veer off course and just crash right into the rocks. Other than that,
they saw the wreck happen.
Exactly, yes.
And they didn't do anything either? They weren't like, hey, let's go help these people?
I don't know if they could.
I don't know if I could save someone from drowning either, but I do know that I'd give it a shot.
I mean, you can ask them. They just said they saw a shipwreck.
Okay. I'll have to go and speak with them, perhaps tomorrow. It's been a long day. Is there anything else other than bringing some composting materials to Sinessa that we should do? Is there a greeting of some form that you use to let her know that you're coming? Is there some like secret code that we should use? Because part of me is wondering if this is a defense mechanism for them, and part of me is wondering if maybe you guys did something.
I don't know. I mean, I couldn't tell you why they put that creature there or why the creature is there. But communicating with the Myconids is a little bit different than like you and I are talking right now. They they shoot these like spore things at you, and then all of a sudden you can hear their thoughts and they can hear your thoughts. Kind of interesting.
Can you hear their thoughts now?
No, it seems to have a range, and it doesn't. They have to do it every time I go and see them.
It's not like a once and like you connect your earbuds to your phone and then your phone remembers your earbuds kind of
Exactly.
thing.
Yeah, you have to select the device every time.
I hate it when that happens.
Exactly, yes.
Well, I appreciate the delicious meal and the hospitality you've provided us, Tarak. And hopefully we can reach a conclusion for this.
Well, it would be nice to know what happened, and hopefully they're all right.
All we can do is hope. Find out. Someone's got to go check it out.
Yeah. Thankful that you folks are here.
Well, I hate to think about what you guys would do if we didn't show up today. And I'll leave on that. Trying to make him feel bad.
He's having a great night.
It's like you watched people just die offshore, and you're just like, oh, that sucks for them.
It's not a good thing to be Tarak.
Heelbrick was on Tarak's side and giving him the benefit of the doubt, but not necessarily anymore.
Interesting. Okay.
He's not against him, but he's definitely not like, yeah, he's on the up and up.
Okay. Let's go to...
It's a little sus. He's a little sussed out.
Yeah.
All right. What's Fontaine up to?
So, Fontaine did not help clean up at all. But it wasn't like he was like watching it or whatnot. He was kind of like unknowingly staring down Varnith, like waiting for her to leave. And like every time he kind of like sees her like moving or whatnot, he kind of like starts to head that direction, and then he realizes she's not leaving just yet. But like, so he's trying to like follow her and have a conversation, but he's being so obvious and like awkward about it. But he doesn't feel awkward, but just like if anybody's paying attention, like, what is he
like this? What is he doing?
He's trying to build up confidence to ask her to dance at the high school.
Like it kind of looks like that.
Yeah, I love that. Okay.
Middle school dance.
Yeah.
Slow songs come on, Celine Dion. You're like,
it seems like after kind of all of the utensils that are a little bit higher are put away and things that might be a little bit higher are done, she looks like she starts to hobble away.
And Fontaine kind of follows her, and in common, he's not going to speak orc to her yet. Well, she's not an orc, is she, or is she?
No, she's a human. She looks like she's probably in her later 40s, I would say.
Okay.
Physically fit to an extent, like she looks like she's, like she's strong and everything, but she does have a missing leg.
Excuse me, Varnith, I had an additional question for you.
She turns around and immediately the first thing you see is the milky eye. And then she turns fully and her eye meets meets you and she says, "Oh, yes, what can I do for you?"
Well, I know that we just kind of got tasked to go on go check out this Myconid cave, and it definitely sounds like there's gonna be some fighting involved. And now, I don't know this group all that well. I mean, obviously we did work pretty well together earlier, but it seems like you have some history with Hulbrick. Is there anything that I should be aware of or be worried about before going into battle with him?
Real quick, did you mean Zugarf, Josh's character?
Yes, I'm sorry,
yes,
Zugarf.
Okay, just making sure.
Yes, sorry.
You made me. I was like, who do I know?
He's so bad at picking up on social cues that he thought the problem was with it.
He says Hulbrick. Hulbrick.
Okay.
Yeah.
She
it tracks.
At that point, even though the milky eye, you can't fully tell if she could see. I mean, it's a milky eye, but her eyes just like look at you like a little squinty. Like, do you mean Zugoff?
The other one. Oh, Zugarf.
Yes.
Is there anything I should be worried about there?
Did you what do you mean? What would you be worried about?
There seemed to be some sort of tense history between the two of you. And if there's something with him that we need to be aware of, I don't want to die because he's going to run off.
A little smile kind of curls up from the side of her mouth.
But when he says that, you see him kind of glance at the milky eye and then the leg.
Yeah. She just says,
Just can't help it.
"If Zugoff leaves, it's not because he's afraid of a fight. In fact, he's quite good.
don't know why, but that doesn't make me feel any more at ease.
She just kind of raises an eyebrow, kind of a little half shrug, kind of. Perhaps you should speak with Zugoff.
People aren't always straightforward with their answers. And there he thank you, and just kind of like turns and walks away.
As you turn to walk away, you feel a pretty strong hand grip your shoulder to stop you. And so, and you can see it's her. You know, she's muscular. How tall is Fontaine, would you say?
He's like, I think 5'9".
She might have you by an inch or two as well.
5'10".
Okay, so you're more or less the same height.
But that's still good, solid height.
This is very, she's tall for a woman for sure. And she just says, "Yes, we have history. But everything I know about him tells me he is a good man." And her face is very hard when she says that, though. It's like a little bit of a weird juxtaposition on that. And then she lets your shoulder go.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
She nods.
And Fontaine walks off to try to find where his sleeping quarters are.
Sure. All right. Anything for Zugarf?
I'd say Zugarf helps them clean up. I'm not sure. I don't think there's really anything that he'd get into. Heelbrick kind of made that decision that we're going to help with the Myconids first, and he's down to follow Heelbrick's lead on that. So I don't think there's really anything that he would do aside from helping clean and finding a place to live rest.
Okay. Yeah.
He drops a plate. I don't know what they're made out of, so it might not matter, but he probably drops a plate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think. Would they be wooden plates? Would they be like the terracotta pot kind of?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's up to you, but he definitely dropped one. So.
Yeah. We'll say it's a wooden plate.
In medieval times, it was either wood or is it pewter that they would use a lot?
I would guess wood would be much cheaper, so that's what they would have.
What were they drinking, by the way, at dinner?
Just water. I think if somebody wanted wine, I think they probably.
Yeah, he
like, did you?
Wine.
Okay, yeah, they would have had wine for you guys if you wanted.
For sure.
Yeah.
I definitely would have said a prayer too.
Yeah, so if you guys are free to have a conversation amongst yourselves if you want, or if you want to each.
What are our sleeping quarters?
So you each have your own
position where.
Let's say this: there are 2 spare rooms with 2 cots each, so you can have fun deciding who goes where.
Amongst the 5 of us.
Forget about Ingvald.
Ingvald can sleep with the.
Wait, I have a question though. Did Ingvald do anything in this downtime? Like, did he talk to anyone?
I think Ingvald. No, well.
He probably goes and smokes a pipe somewhere.
He was definitely he definitely didn't initiate helping, but he did help. But no, I mean, nothing of significance with Ingvald. All right, so are we just fast forwarding to the next morning?
I would probably want to talk to everybody, like all of us together. Ingvald doesn't need to be there.
Ingvald is talking to kobolds. It's fine. He's very interested in people.
Spielbrick is always excited whenever he's not around. Just like, oh my god, thank god. Okay.
How secret is that? That is the question. But sure, I think it's easy enough as long as everyone complies, I think it's easy enough to get everybody together.
Okay. So once I get everyone together, I'll be like, all right. First, let me start off by saying I apologize if I roped you all into something you didn't want to be a part of. I do have a proclivity for trying to assist those who need assistance. It's a bit of a fatal flaw, if I have to say, that I see someone who's down on their luck, who needs help, and I just need to do something to help them out. So I apologize off the rip if I have dragged any of you into something that you do not want to be a part of, and that is not your primary purpose for being on this island. I apologize. Go ahead.
There's no need for apology. I believe that everyone still has the ability to back out if they don't want to provide aid, but being that we have the means, I see no reason not to.
I agree completely. If you're in a position to do better and help people, you should. If you don't, are you really better? Anyway, some of you may want to back out after you find out that we may or may not need to fight a giant octopus mushroom guy. But apparently, a mushroom octopus has now taken up residence as the guardian of the Myconids, which is why Tarak, whatever you think of Tarak, can't get in. So that's likely what we're up against. It's unclear if this is a protection the Myconids have enlisted because more zombies are showing up apparently, or if this is an actual issue that is afflicting the Myconids as well. I just wanted to bring this to everyone's attention up front. I think it's best if we all know what we're going up against ahead of time so that we can minimize surprises.
Are you suggesting that Tarak might not have the best interests in mind for the Myconids?
To my knowledge, he has nothing but good intentions for the Myconids.
I mean, he's friendly with them, isn't he? As he's talking to him,
he seems to be like their best pal. He knows the leader of this Myconid colony that's living beneath the isle. Her name is Sinessa, and we should bring some composting materials with us as a peace offering. It's something that Tarak would do. So he does have a good rapport with the Myconids, it would seem. However, there's something off about this. The shipwreck happens a couple days ago, where apparently Varnoth and Rex saw the wreck happen. Yet it seems no one's gone to look for survivors. No one's gone to try and help. No one's even gone for salvage. I've been on docks for quite some time now, and every shipwreck is immediately followed. It's like like roaches coming out when the lights are on. Like they just all flock. So my gut tells me to be reasonably cautious. I don't know.
One thing I would say about that, one of the reasons why I came out here is because of the note that my friend sent that got killed while they were out here. Obviously there was something going on here even before this, and maybe that's why they didn't react the way you're expecting. Maybe there was already things off here.
Maybe. It's hard to imagine a tragedy, a disaster happening, and people who have the means ignoring it and not doing anything about it. I think even young Ingvald would...
Yes.
would,
Igneal would have lit the ocean on it.
Yeah, he would have. Even young Ingvald would have gone to help and provide aid.
Look, I'm thinking either of these folk know what caused the shipwreck and are maybe scared to mess with this thing, or I don't know. I mean, they're very religious folk. Religious folk, they can be weird. They could dismiss. They could think that their God will take care of this stuff. I'm not sure, but I agree with you all that it doesn't sit right with me either. I don't know why they wouldn't go down there.
If they serve a just God, that God would have them do good things and help people. If they serve an unjust God, then they are our enemies. If they serve no God, they still should have helped them.
When are the gods ever just, though?
Lathander, for one.
You met him?
Meeting Lathander would be the same as meeting a sunrise. It would be meeting flowers in the springtime. It'd be meeting a newborn babe in his mother's arm. You don't need to meet your deities or your gods or whatever you may have faith in order to believe it fully. Faith is a powerful thing, and it is not one to be taken lightly. It is not one to be joked about either. Faith can ruin a civilization just as easily as it can raise one up from the ashes. So be careful when speaking ill of the gods.
Zugarf will take a small bottle of liquor out of his pack and just I guess just like a flask, and just he'll kind of nod to anyone else. If anyone wants it, he'll pass it to them.
Domingo will reach a paw out.
Cannon.
Take a swig.
This is opposable thumb wrist gauntlets.
Yeah. Custom made in Neverwinter.
Hand forged.
See what you did there. Hand forged. Okay.
Oh wow, that was good. I missed that. That was good.
Yeah, it took me a second.
Oh, my Pam.
Is that actually the case? Does he have those gauntlets? Like, is that what we're going with?
So he does, yeah. He's got.
Okay,
Yes.
no,
Yeah.
that's
I'm into
fine.
it. I'm into it.
Fontaine didn't hear a word.
You see Fontaine's eyes get a little wide when he sees you reach out and grab it. Like he didn't notice that before, and he's like,
I'm just picturing like Hulk hands.
Yeah. Guess they hit the candlelight just right, and they start to glint or whatever.
yeah, and he just kind of sees it, and you see him like staring at like as they move and whatnot, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Because he's using them. He doesn't say anything at the moment, but he's obviously gawking.
Well, that's all I got.
Any other responses or conversations?
How early are we leaving in the morning?
I'm up at dawn every day, so whenever you all are ready, I will be as well.
And then whichever room Zugarf heads towards, that's where Fontaine is going.
Zugarf waits for Fontaine to pick her. No, I'm just kidding.
I was gonna say,
Yes.
Heelbrick would go and stay outside. He'd let Ingvald have the other bed with Domingo, and he'd camp it out.
I think just before everyone splits, the only last thing that Zugarf would add is just, regardless of the quality of these people or their motivations, I still think we should help for now until we find reason not to.
Agreed.
We should just pay attention to all the cues that we see to find out what's really going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think we gotta maintain caution. We don't know what their motivations are.
Absolutely. And if any of us find anything out about any of the members here, I think it would be best if we shared that with one and all. Ultimately, I'd like to leave this island. I don't know about you.
I mean, I don't want to die here.
That is the implication. Well, I'll see you all in the morning. May you all have a restful sleep.
Anyone paying attention would notice that Zugarf, kind of like when you were saying, leave the island, I don't want to die here or anything like that, he kind of was off somewhere and he did not respond. You would not elaborate or anything like that, but if you were paying attention, you would have noticed it.
All right.
So whenever we go into the room, Fontaine is going to ask Zugarf, did your weapon have a name?
Francis.
I've never thought to name it, no.
Well, if you don't mind, I have some skills with enchanting, and I think we could use any help that we could get for tomorrow. If you wouldn't mind letting me see your blade for a minute.
By all means, I would never say no to help.
So I'm holding his blade in one hand, and I actually put my other hand on his shoulder. And I'm just muttering some words, Rockfion, Synthos. And you just kind of like, you see something coming almost from, it looks like it's coming from you, Zugarf. And it's just going in, and then you just see it kind of like going into the blade, and the blade kind of like shimmers a little bit, and then just kind of goes back to normal. And I'm doing enhanced weapon infusion on your blade, which is a +1 to attack and damage rolls.
Hell yeah, thank you.
Pays to be friends with the artificer.
And then I hand it back.
Zugarf will just kind of like look at the sword, back at himself, and just say, "Thank you, Fontaine."
You're welcome.
Are we taking a rest?
I'm thinking we will do that both in game and out of game as we pause for a commercial break.
Actually, the last thing that Ingvald sees before he goes to sleep is Domingo walking around in circles on the cot like a dog would before.
Yes. Yes, actually, all four of you have inspiration going into the next one because I was just all magnificent and
Be alive.
yeah. So we'll be right back, folks.
So, before we go, I just want to say I need to go take the dog out because Indy is bell trained and he's just been smacking the bell, and that's what you should also do if you're watching on YouTube. So,
Yes, hit the bell. Absolutely.
There you go.
Like, share, and subscribe.
Ding.
What's that first big lie that DMs tell themselves?
The first one is that nobody would be interested in a game that I DM. First off, if you're playing in a group and one person usually is the DM, I can guarantee you that person is interested in a game that you DM. That can pretty much, I mean, that's like hands down a no-brainer.
Yeah, that's a fact.
And if you're with people and you have friends that are like, I don't want to be in a game that you're the dungeon master of.
Maybe they're not your friends.
Yeah, probably.
Not good ones, at least. I feel like that is a big thing, though. That's probably one of the biggest barriers to DMing in general is people just can't get over that, like, I'm not interesting enough. My games aren't going to be interesting enough. People aren't going to want to play it. But if you have a group of friends that have never played the game before and everybody wants to, even if you actually are the worst, even if all your anxieties
Right?
are somehow true, they're still going to want to do it because you're going to be the DM and they're going to get to be players and try this thing.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be as bad as you think it is. That's just how it is. If you think that maybe your story isn't interesting enough, it probably is. I would just try it. But if that's the thing, then don't even let that stop you. Get a pre-written adventure, get the starter set and try that out, see how it goes, and then build up your confidence that way.
That's a fantastic tip, Josh. That could cut down on a lot of prep time, and at the very least, you know that like people that know what they're doing did put this together.
Don't forget to smash that like button.
All right, so you have a very peaceful rest. You have your spell slots back. If you changed your spells prepared, you have that. Domingo might still be curled up in a little ball. The idea of having Ingvald just want to naturally cuddle with you is there. But I will resist this temptation and not mention it on the.
You can try it
on the show. Anyways,
you can certainly try.
Yeah, that's the greatest
for him, but
greatest when a player can say it to a DM. So the morning, the day is yours, gentlemen. What would you like to do? We ended with Zugarf last time. Let's start with Zugarf. What's Zugarf doing?
Zugarf wakes up before, I'd say like before light. You know, he gets up pretty early. He does some stretching, some writing in a small notebook, and some meditation.
Okay. Does he go anywhere? Or is he?
By the time
does he do that in his room, or does he go?
Hey, you know what? Yeah, he'll a lot of that he'll do in his room, but when it comes to no, you know what? He finds he's up before sunrise, finds a nice spot to watch the sunrise, and during sunrise is when he's doing his stretches and meditation. He's actually running through some maneuvers with his sword as well.
Gotcha. Okay. And yeah, that's fine. It's a cloister, so I mean, there's activity before the sun gets up.
You just try to find a quiet spot. Like I don't.
The temple would make sense, I think, where you were meditating last time. But if you're avoiding the temple,
if there's any spot that's not the temple, I don't think he would go towards the temple. Like if there's just a spot that's just a mountain or anything, like
there's also a beach,
a hill, or a beach. Yeah, even a beach.
Very Karate Kid on the beach.
Yeah.
Love it.
I just think he would feel super uncomfortable about doing that in the temple. So.
Totally fine. Fontaine?
Fontaine actually wakes up at the same time as Zugarf does, but he doesn't get up. He just like touches the wall right next to him and creates a little light and starts reading.
Very cool.
That's why Zugarf woke up.
Yes. Like, I got that roommate. No, I'm just kidding. How about Hulbrick?
Hulbrick would definitely be up before sunrise, as always. That's one of the most important times of the day, if not the most important time of day for him. Mm-hmm. So he would definitely be doing prayer and meditation and going through, like, he would definitely have like a ritual, kind of like Zugarf, where he's just like, this is what I do, like, I'm up. He gets like an exercise in, maybe he'll go and do like, he'll go jump in the water, and we'll like swim for a little bit, like almost like a cold plunge kind of thing, like roguey kind of things. Is what he would probably do. Like,
all right. How about Domingo?
Domingo is gonna try and find breakfast, and breakfast and or morning beverage, and he'll find like a nice like cliffside that he can kind of dangle his legs over and stare out at the open ocean.
Yeah.
Start to think about his day.
Okay. Yeah, so if there's anything of significance, like housekeeping that you wanted to do, that's fine. But if you want to head out, that's also fine.
I would say that I did make a couple spell adjustments to my fire pistol, trying to affect the volume of it.
Okay. That could be nice and fun. Heading into a cave.
Oh, volume as in noise volume. I was thinking like volume, like I was like, you made it into a shot.
Like, we're dealing thunder damage now.
It sounds like it's gonna blow your hand off.
Yeah.
All right. Think about it that way.
Yeah, I was
funny.
I was thinking like spatially volume. I was like,
I was also thinking.
Michael, I followed you. All right, so how do you guys, I think we talked about it off camera, but you're taking the boat, is that correct? Or did you decide on that? Maybe I misheard.
Yeah, let's take the boat. I'm definitely not, at the very least, to scout out. I'd say let's take the boat.
Fontaine is good with that.
Yeah, I mean, Zugarf is ready to help in any way, but he does not have any experience with boats, so he's kind of just deferring to
Domingo is pretty good with boats.
Yeah, Heelbrick,
I think
Domingo,
Heelbrick is
and
as well.
I feel like I'm passable in that I've been around them so long. I'm not.
Ironically, Ingvald
is probably the best at it.
Well, Domingo and Ingvald definitely realize that they know what they're doing. I'm not sure if Fontaine and Zugarf can tell the difference between Heelbrick and the two of them, but game recognized game.
Zugarf is comfortable with vehicles (land).
Fair enough, yes.
I think
Fontaine is comfortable with the library.
Yep. I too am vehicles.
I think we have one of those on the ship.
I cast Troll the Dead.
All right, so after you get everything together, doing all the stuff, you set out on your trip, and it is a nice trip around the island. It's basalt rock, which Nooch, for those who don't know, what is basalt rock?
Basalt is the resulting form of magma hitting water, basically. So undersea volcanoes will form basalt. Most of your oceanic crust is formed out of basalt. You can have different kinds, but for the most part, it's granite that cooled really quickly because it hit water, as opposed to just cooling slowly inside the ground.
Okay. So use that information however you will. So even if you're familiar with the Sword Coast, which is pretty much the only place in the Forgotten Realms that exists anymore, this would be a fairly unique site comparatively to the Sword Coast. So it probably just keeps your attention that way. I would imagine. I don't want to speak for you, but
out of curiosity, where is the hotspot in these islands? Not that you would know.
What do you mean?
Be one. Because it's basaltic rock, it would basically be like the Hawaiian Islands, which means there needs to be a hotspot.
Some activity, some volcanic activity.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now there's a mountain range to the east, but that's mountains. I don't know if it's necessarily volcanic, and it wouldn't cause offshore.
Well, there was an eruption of Mount Hotenau years ago, but that's not. It's not in the sea. So.
No, it's okay.
That is a bit of a mystery, isn't it?
It's more one of those things that, like, if you don't know geology, you don't care about. But if you do know geology, you're like, these islands are a lie.
Or. Anyways,
it's magic. Shut up.
Well, so you take the rowboat. We'll just smoothly transition into that. You take the rowboat and
being shady.
Dia being shady. Yep, I am the real shady. And the trip to the Seagrow Caves is about 5 miles. Which takes about a little over 3 hours on the rowboat, more or less. And you notice a cliff of dark gray stone towers 200 feet above the crashing waves, which rush in and out of a yawning cave mouth. A swirling slick of colors dances on the water's surface, emanating from the caves. And so with that, we're going to go ahead and switch over to our map. And that is more or less what you see.
No tentacle monsters to be seen?
You don't, at this very moment, you don't see a monster. You just it just looks like there are vibrant colors, but it's not like the cave is lit either.
Don't hear anything other than waves.
Yeah, the waves and wind, it's
kind of hard to make out anything else.
Yeah, I would say.
You said that there's like a rainbow of colors and stuff like that, like unnaturally so, or?
Yeah, just a slick of colors kind of dances on the surface, and you look at the ceiling or the top of the cave, and it.
Oh, and you just
kind of look.
The sunlight on the water.
It's not just like light. There are some other vibrant colors going on, but it's just kind of looking in. You can see that that's probably something that happens or exists here too. So
it's just some flair. Okay.
The shores around us, are they like beach? Are they like rocky?
They're rocky.
Yeah.
So can you guys see my mouse?
Yep.
On the screen? Yeah. So along this cliff here, you actually notice the steps, or Hulbrick notices the steps that Tarak mentioned, that you would be able to get there from land. That's and just running, you're taking the eye line up, you'd be like, all right, that's probably what he was talking about.
Sure. But there's no good spot for us to set the boat.
Not. I mean, like you could get up there. Like it's not like you couldn't get onto the steps if you wanted to. Sure. Like it gets like right around here is where it starts to be a lot more like, oh, it's only a couple feet above where the boat would reach. And it looks like it would be single file going down this.
Sure. All right. I'll say to the group. Actually, first, can I roll an insight check? Like, can I look around and try and see if there's ripples or if there's disturbances? Are there bait fish that are swimming around like a Jurassic Park 3 kind of situation where I'm something must have spooked them?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Roll perception.
Okay. Good. We're improving slowly. That's a 10 total.
Hey.
Okay.
That's a 5 on the dice.
Right. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
You're really not noticing anything that seems strange. I mean, it doesn't seem like the calmest.
Sure.
It's not like it's turbulent, but.
Yeah. No, I got you.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll be well, we can. We have 2 options as far as I can see. We either bring the ship ashore and we walk in, or we try and go straight through the mouth of the cave in the boat and take it from there. I don't see anything out of the ordinary yet. Doesn't mean we're not about to find something, but...
Can we see how far in until we get to those actual steps? I know I can see on the map, but would we know that from our angle?
Yeah, let's say it's probably about 100 feet or so from where you guys are.
Cool.
Easy peas.
That is nice, that feature.
Yeah. And then you're saying it's basically pitch black.
No, it looks like there is just a multicolored dim light leading in, but it's not. It kind of just veers off to the left a bit, so you don't have a.
Okay, yeah, I get you. The curvature of the cave.
Yeah.
Giggity.
At this moment, we're already close enough to this where I feel like we should just be able to go straight into the mouth of the cave.
Yeah.
Unless you feel like this would be a trap.
I don't know how conniving a fungal octopus could be. So I vote that we keep going.
Yeah. Why not?
You just see Fontaine pull out his gun.
Oh. The mace is out.
Yeah. I know it's a small boat, but I'll just zoom in. What kind of marching order do you want on the boat, just so I know? Put everybody
Lin-Manuel Miranda is leading the charge.
Yeah, he's leading the charge.
I'll be on the front, like, you know, just kind of like standing there like George Washington crossing.
Is that, yeah, okay.
Know, like, if no one else is like actively being up there, he would, just because he feels like it's regal.
I'd say who's rowing?
Not Fontaine.
Ingvald.
Yeah, Ingvald.
All right, Ingvald is rowing.
Put your ward to work.
Yeah. All hard work. Good.
I'd say Domingo would be near the front as well, or as close as he could get, because he's kind of scouting.
That work?
Sure.
Okay.
Let's. What does this do? We'll wait.
All right. So you are rowing, just like Michael will row the boat ashore. I don't know why I say the things that I say, but I do.
But you do.
I do. Hang on a second. Okay. Once you get to like here,
Good.
all of you see movement in the water kind of up against this wall a bit, and it's different. It seemed different than what you had previously. Like, it wasn't just waves. You're like, what was that? Fontaine, you're up at the front of the boat. You almost even could swear you saw like maybe something emerge slightly, but it seemed to like be the same kind of color as like the walls and stuff, but it just kind of.
I think there might be something in the water up ahead.
Can I roll like an actual perception just to see if I could get a better idea of what that might be?
Go for it.
Come on, baby.
Come on, baby, hold together.
It's a dirty 20, baby.
Hey, baby.
Yeah.
It's almost a 7, but it went back to 17.
It's like 17. So I imagine Fontaine might have just pointed over where he saw it, but then you notice over on the other side of the wall, Josh, Zugarf, you could swear. Actually, wait, I want to make sure. Okay. Yeah, you could swear you saw some kind of like bulbous looking thing emerge from the water a little bit and then just kind of go right back under.
Does it look like what I imagine a sea monster or squid or octopus would look like?
I think that's fair to say.
I'll just kind of turn to, Heelbrick's right next to me. I'll turn to Heelbrick and just say, I think we found our sea monster, our protector, guardian, whatever the hell this thing was.
Well, we don't know quite what it is. I think it's best to be ready. I don't know how much reasoning we can do with it, but I would hate to leave the Myconids defenseless if this is on their side.
Who's got the compost?
It's probably just sitting in the boat at this point, I would think.
Yeah.
Unless someone really was attached to holding on to compost.
Is it like do we have a bag of it, or like what's a
Or a bucket or something? Yeah.
Handfuls.
I got the compost in my pockets.
I got it right here, guys.
Just a pile in the middle of the boat?
By the time we get there, like half
Shovel
it's washed away.
Yikes.
Ugarth will take the bag and just hold it up so that anyone looking at the boat would clearly see it. And he'll just say,
Gotcha.
"If you can understand me, we mean you no harm."
And then Hulbrick will kind of echo off of that and be like, "We are friends of Tarak, and we come to speak with Sinessa."
Your voices just kind of echo off the cave, kind of back to you.
As this is happening, Domingo is going to put his hands on Ingvald's shoulder. I almost called him something different again. He's going to put his hand on his shoulder, and he's going to cast resistance on him. And he's going to say, "Be ready for anything, son."
Nice. Now, is this the 1D&D version?
No, I don't think so. I'll just use the one I have on my D&D Beyond, which is
Okay.
what changes did they make for 1D&D for
It's
resistance?
like guidance now. It's a reaction.
Oh, is it? I'll just do the action concentration.
Okay.
That's fine.
We can sort that out later if you
I did forget
want to do
that
something
that
different.
was a thing, but
Yeah.
it's not a big deal.
Okay.
What's
So
the
he just nods like, yeah.
what's the like? How far can you throw something in this in D&D?
What are you trying to throw?
I think it
rock.
depends on the weapon of the rock.
I think it's usually a strength.
Yeah, I mean, what are you just looking to throw it into the cave or to the water? What are you trying to do?
Into the cave, yes.
I think a reasonable throw could reach there if you're.
All right. So
Yeah.
I want to use
70
magical
feet away.
tinkering.
75 feet?
It's not that far of a throw. I mean, it's not a short throw, but it's not too bad.
So I want to use magical tinkering, and I want to record like up to a second message into a rock.
I love this so much. Yeah. Okay.
We come in peace. Tarak sent us. May we come in?
Okay.
And I want to chuck it into the cave.
I may have been muted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want me to roll for the accuracy?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
for it?
I said roll an athletics check, and then nobody responded. I was like, crap. I think I'm
We all
muted.
just stand here like,
Like, okay,
Well,
Jake.
that is a nat 20 for a 21 athletics check.
hey, baby.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, he just
Back wall.
he does it. It bounces like a little ricochet and a little nicklachet, and yeah, it goes in there a little bit. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, does that have a range that you can hear the message? Or I might be mixing up with like the smell. Artificer's got some fun things.
It says object emits a record message that can be heard up to 10 feet away.
Okay, so you don't hear anything because it is too far for you guys to hear, but you threw it well, very well.
Livatuk. No, that's cool though.
Oh, I mean, and you guys heard what I spoke into the stone, so like,
Yeah.
I think that you would know what, you
Yeah.
know, that it was
What you were doing, and you're not just like,
chucking things in there.
Yeah,
yep.
there's a purpose to it.
Exactly.
Do we want to wait a tick to see if anything comes from this, or do we want to just try and get on land where we can spread out and are not as vulnerable as we are in a boat against something that's underwater?
Yeah, I'd say we give it a good, minute or two.
Do we want to get off the boat, though? Because if there's something in the water, I don't know if this is the best place to be.
We're about 25 feet from shore, so I vote that we pull aground and we take it on foot, and if things go south, I'd rather be on my own 2 feet on land than on a boat.
I think since Hulbrick said that, Ingvald does start to do that if someone wants to stop him. Now is the time.
How deep was this water again? Didn't you say it was once we get to that point, it's not deep at all?
I mean, you see that there's steps going into the water, so that's kind of the only information you have at this point. But
okay, I thought you said, the shore. Yeah, never mind. Doesn't matter.
You would, based on the looking at the rocks themselves, you would guess it's low tide right now.
Yeah, I'm sure, if we took one of the oars and trying to find the bottom with it at this point, would we?
Domingo would know it, probably yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so you're gonna start heading this direction up against the rock is what I believe is what the goal is. And we are going to take another quick little break so that Michael can do what he's got to do.
That's good.
I have to know all of the rule. There are 3 books, and I need to know every single word, every page, every paragraph, every sentence.
Mm-hmm.
All of it. Otherwise, the game's just going to fall apart. I mean, if I don't know the words to every rule, if I don't have them tattooed on my body, if I don't know the page numbers by heart, what's going to happen? What's going to happen if somebody says that they want to jump over something? I don't know what to do for it.
Well, I kind of look at it 2 ways, right? Number 1, you look it up. If you have the books, you have D&D Beyond, you literally type it in the search, jumping, enter, Or number 2, you make something up that seems to make sense at the time, and if you're wrong, you say, hey, guess what? This is supposed to work this way when you look it up later. If, say, it's just taking too much time. Nobody knows all the rules. I would venture to say that even Jeremy Crawford, the godfather himself of all this and that of the rules, I bet you he looks at the DM's guide once in a while still.
I bet he does.
He just does.
And the other thing is, you should still get, a baseline of it, Read through the rule book, make a character, maybe take that character and just by yourself make the one player character that you made fight a monster in the monster manual or something. Just get an idea of what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Once you have that idea, then that's literally all you need is just the basic how do things work. Then just if you really are worried about it, get a DM screen, because it gives you the rules references and
Mm-hmm.
all the little conditions, and it basically picks out all the minor things that you might forget, and it has them there in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
So like Jake said, you could look it up, you could get the DM screen, and some of it'll be right in front of you, but you don't have to know all of them. Nobody knows all of them.
No. And if you're really yes, but there are some that I really should know, you don't have to know spells off the top of your head, because usually players are going to have those descriptions right there, and you could just say, okay, remind me what that means. But I would say have a base idea of what the skills do, and then what the DC numbers are for those skill checks. 5 is extremely easy, 10 is easy, 15, I forget exactly what they label them, but just where each one of those things are, so that if someone tries to do something, you can have some kind of a ballpark figure of where to set those. And really, that's kind of it. You're just kind of applying that to a lot of situations that come up.
Don't forget to smash that like button.
So let's go with a marching order. How do you guys want to do this?
I would say as soon as Fontaine gets off of the boat, he would kind of sidestep a little bit to let somebody pass, to let some people pass him. He would not want to take the lead here.
It's most likely going to be Heelbrick and Zugarf heading off.
Yeah, I'm in front of Heelbrick, so I could continue in front unless Heelbrick wanted to lead the way.
No, you can I'll be right behind you.
Okay, so Zugarf, Heelbrick. Then, nice. Who's going next after Heelbrick? Is Fontaine or is Domingo?
I'll go in the middle. Works for me.
All right. Yeah, Fontaine will.
Okay.
He will not like specifically wait for Ingvald if he's coming to like be in the middle. He would kind of leave Ingvald in the back unless like Ingvald was trying to not be last.
No, he's Ingvald right now is just kind of steering and tending to the ship. Ship is a interesting term. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, it's a boat. It's a boat. So Zugarf, you notice as you step forward, there's definitely something in the water that's moving towards you quickly. And so at that point, I'm going to need all of you to do the classic roll for initiative.
We're doing the thing.
We're doing it. We're doing it.
Doing the thing.
We're doing it live.
Ooh.
Damn.
What do we got, fellas?
19 for Zugarf.
We are cooking.
Okay.
11.
11 for Domingo.
Yeah.
Okay.
12 for Fontaine.
Okay. And Heelbrick,
10.
what did you get? 10 for Heelbrick, okay.
Cooking.
Okay, so Zugarf definitely gets the jump on this thing. But we'll just say as you take one step this way to make space, for the person, and at that point you see coming up out of the water
Anonymous user 95.
Anonymous user 95 takes the interstate from Florida.
Twitter troll.
The Twitter troll comes forward and is lunges forward. So you're one step away from being in melee with this thing if you wanted, or however you want to handle that.
Maybe he just wants to say
Okay. Yeah.
But it doesn't look like that. We'll just say it that way.
Okay, all right. I was gonna ask.
Yeah, no, it looks like you see tentacles coming out like they're coming after you.
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, I mean, I suppose I will try to. I want to get as far down this shoreline as I can without provoking an opportunity attack. Without. If I'm in his reach, I'll stay in his reach.
I think it's difficult to see what his reach is based on things are coming out of the water. So I think I'll just let you decide how far down you want to go.
Well, when I say his reach, I mean if I'm 5 feet away from me being able to attack him, I'm gonna stay where he's in my. I want to keep him in my reach, but move as far as I can. Is that?
I'm thinking that's about as far as you can.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
So I'll do that, and I am going to just kind of. I guess I'm attacking this thing.
It's definitely taking aggressive action. If anyone were to look,
yeah, we've gone into aggressive negotiations.
You have.
So yeah, I
No doubt.
will go at him with my halberd, and let me just. Is it worth it? I guess it is worth it just for this first time. We'll find out.
Don't forget it's a +1 as well.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
This isn't your great sword.
It is my greatsword. Did I say my halberd? I meant to say.
I thought you did. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, old habits die hard.
Someone's thinking.
I meant to say my claymore.
Wrong campaign.
The weapon I would like to be using right now, but I can't do the same thing every time.
Fair enough.
And I will. I'm gonna do this just for fun because it's a feature I have. I'm gonna use reckless attack. And
Yes.
I love it.
Yes.
I love it.
all right, that is gonna be a 21 to hit.
Yeah, that'll do. That'll do, pig.
Okay. Alrighty then. Awesome. Come on. It's the worst damage I've rolled yet in this campaign. I know we're not very far in, but
How embarrassing.
that is going to be, you ready? 6 slashing damage.
Okay.
With my great sword.
That's including things like strength and the +1 from Fontaine too.
Oh, sorry. 7.
There it is. There it is.
Physical damage as well.
Yeah, it does count as magic. That's right.
Seems like a possibility.
Yeah. So anybody, I imagine I'll let you all handle your business. So Zugarf does this thing. The thing charges at him, and he definitely swipes at it good. It's not like the cleanest hit you've ever seen, but he does deal damage to it. That was your move, or some of your move and your action. You have your bonus or movement if you want it.
I have my bonus for what?
Or a little bit more movement if you want
A
it.
little bit more movement. Okay, I thought you said 4 movement. I was like, interesting. What is this?
4.
What is this barbarian?
I think you've got 3 squares left, but
I will stay put for now.
okay. And at this point, the octopus goes, of course, with an initiative of 14. So yeah, the first tentacle seemed to be coming at you, and you swiped at it, and now it's going to, with advantage, attack with another tentacle because of reckless attack. Okay, that is probably going to do the trick. 18 to hit, yeah, right?
That's a hit, yeah.
And you take, okay, that is 10 bludgeoning damage as one just smacks into the side of you.
Yeah. It seemed like a bad decision, but I really wanted to use it.
Let me just do a quick little...
Bad decision if you don't rage first.
Interesting.
That is correct, yeah.
And then at this point, so Hulbrick, you're not off guard because you definitely at least heard the ruckus.
Yeah.
And as you see what's going on, you actually see come out of the water from 15 feet away something come and take a swipe at you too, Hulbrick.
Holy smokes. Okay.
And that is a natural 20. Okay.
Oh boy.
But you got those out of the way.
Oh boy. Oh goodness, I thought I got him out of the way too. Which is actually funny because I rolled a 4 and a 2 instead of a natural 7. So it's, you take 9 bludgeoning damage.
Okay. Hey, that's not bad.
It's still, no, it's
All
still,
things considered, yeah.
still a decent amount.
Is it within 30 feet of me?
It absolutely is.
I would like to use Warding Flare. When you are attacked by a creature that can be blinded within 30 feet that you can see, you can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on the attack roll, and I can use it 5 times per long rest. So I would like to use one.
What does that look like? What does that look like when Hulbrick? So you see this tentacle coming after you. Like it looks like what happened to Zugarf.
So I'm on the shore. I'm holding onto the boat in order to help steady it and help people off the boat. And I turn and I look and I see the tentacle coming for me. So I just kind of like basically like put my hand out to like stop them. Immediately like grab towards my holy symbol, and then just like burst of just like wind and like light kind of like rush up and out as his like basically like invokes his faith and invokes the Lathander to come to his
this brilliant flash of light comes across. If it had an effect on this creature, you were unable to determine what effect that was because that tentacle still slaps you for 9 damage.
Cannot be blinded. Oh, that's worth a shot.
Absolutely. That brings us to Fontaine.
Fontaine is gonna. So is this where we're currently at? Like right now? Like I'm still like getting off.
I would say you're probably here because you said you got off to let people on, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
you can see if you
I
wanted.
would say I would probably move like 10 or 15 feet to the right. Ish, kind of like up a little bit, but kind of like staying back. But
Okay.
The like lower coast.
I want.
Lower
Okay.
shoreline.
I think I may have misled you in your thinking. It's a one single file path.
oh, okay.
So this is actually like solid rock.
Okay.
Yeah. If that was confusing, I apologize.
So, but I can see it.
Yeah.
Well, then I guess it's gonna be fire in the hole.
Here we go.
I take aim. You hear the little click as I turn just a little
Why
bit.
Why is it always by Hulbrick's ears?
That is a 15 to hit.
15 hits.
Nice. All right. Jeez.
Lathander.
That is 12 fire damage. It's
Woo!
max damage.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So, you said you were working on some kind of magical silencer on this sucker.
Yes.
All right. Roll an Arcana check. Or Tinker Tools, whichever one
You
you
get a baffle strike.
And Arcana check would be 16.
16. Okay. Hulbrick notices most of all, it is a little quieter this time. It still made noise. It still needs some work, but progress was made.
It's either the tinnitus or you're getting better.
Yes, exactly. So that was your action. You still have your move and/or bonus if you want.
So I actually want to cast Chromatic Charge
Okay.
on it. And I want to do it as a lightning damage.
Okay. What does that look like?
So you see kind of like right after I fire, you see me just kind of like raise my hand in the air. And you actually see it kind of just like some electricity, like lightning kind of like form right above the actual creature itself. And it just kind of like hits right where the bullet goes in.
So you wanted to predate your attack, you're saying?
It's kind of like, I mean, it's kind of like
Were you trying to smite with it?
Yes.
This is your first time using a new spell.
I guess it would need to be predate it then. Yes.
This is your first time using a new spell.
So you would see me raise like this, and it kind of like you would see the like lightning kind of like forming above it, just kind of like it's almost like it's pulling it in from somewhere above it, and then
roll damage.
Fire.
Roll damage. Yeah. So basically, this is like an arcane smite. This is a custom homebrew spell I made.
Tight.
That is a good one. That is 13 lightning damage.
So you did 12 fire and 13 lightning.
Yes.
And oh my, it's very frightening. So this thing slaps into what might look like its head. And lightning connects at the same time, and just like for a moment you see electricity kind of go around the tentacles, and there's almost like this outline, and you see there are 8 of these tentacles kind of around you. It looks like maybe some are hitting what looks like the ground, you're not sure, but this creature's big. It's got a big reach. It's
15 feet away.
Yeah. So does Fontaine want to move after basically obliterating this thing's face?
I kind of feel like I have nowhere to go. Like I don't want to go closer. I don't want to go closer to it.
He's like, you go, Hulbrick.
You just see me kind of like lean into the rock a little bit, so like if anyone wants to run past me, they can.
Yeah.
But
Okay. Totally fair. So then I take it you are done.
Yes.
That brings us to Domingo.
Yeah. How far away am I from? I guess how far away am I from Zugarf? We'll say.
You're almost exactly 30
I
feet.
want to like get right next to him. Sure. So I'll do that. If I can get by, I'll just kind of run.
Let's just for fun, because it can be really fun if you fail. Let's roll an acrobatics check to see if you're moving quick on a boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, acrobatics.
Yeah. I'm into it. That's a natural 20.
Okay, you're totally fine. This really was kind of like a don't roll a natural one kind of a thing, but so you want to get like right up here? Is this your goal? Yeah. So you're right there.
Okay. And I have my short sword and my dagger, and I'm going to try and take two hacks at this thing.
Yeah.
So first one, it's the short sword. That's 5 on the die plus 6, 11 to hit on the first one.
An 11 hits.
Wow.
An 11 hits.
This thing is pretty massive, so I guess it's fair.
For as big as it is, I mean, it moves. It seems to move kind of slow.
Yeah.
It's just got presence to it.
It's a big target.
Imagine using reckless attack on that.
I didn't want to say anything, but you know.
11 hits.
Roll damage. That's 2 plus sneak attack.
I won't tell if you won't, Josh.
So 5. That's 9 damage on the short sword.
And that includes the sneak attack?
That includes the sneak attack.
9. Okay, yeah. So 9 piercing.
And then that's 12 plus 18 to hit with the
12
dagger.
plus hits. You know, 11 hits.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You're good.
And that's just 1 damage with the dagger. I don't add anything because it's an offhand attack. But yeah, it's extra damage.
All right.
So
now you're using the one. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're using the 1 D&D rogue.
The 1 D&D where it's 2 attacks.
That's part of it. Yeah.
Two attacks with light weapons on your action.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you have a bonus action if you wish to take it.
I do. I'm not going to take one right now.
Okay.
I'm gonna stay where I am.
Just summarize that. What does that look like when he's in a boat and he comes up and slices and dices this thing like
he does like.
I almost said cat-like reflexes. It just feels wrong to say.
Yeah, he does like almost like a tightrope walk on the side of this cliff so that he doesn't fall off. And you guys have seen dogs run before. You've seen humanoids run before, and this isn't like either one. Like I said, it's a little bit of the uncanny valley thing. The way he moves, it's kind of weird. He's got this ethereal grace to it. And he just, like I said, he just manages to balance and get there.
And that brings us to your favorite and my favorite blue-skinned Air Genasi light domain cleric, Hulbrick.
All right. Have I noticed? I forgot what I was gonna do. Have I noticed him did the fire and stuff not necessarily hit as hard, anything like that?
No, pretty much Fontaine did what he did, and it was extremely effective.
Everything's cooking pretty well. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like cooking is the right term with what happened.
With both of them, yeah. Fire and lighting. It was great.
After getting just dick slapped by it, I'm gonna kind of get up, gonna dust myself off a little bit, and then I'm just gonna turn around and a flourish, point my mace at him, and cast Guiding Bolt.
Ooh. Yes. Roll your attack.
That is a 14 plus several hundred.
That'll do. That'll do. Yeah.
Holy sweet mother. So that is 23 total radiant damage.
Ooh, okay.
And
Hulbrick. Yes.
the next attack has advantage on.
Well, it might have had advantage either way you look at it, because Hulbrick, how do you want to do this, my friend? Yeah.
I'm just gonna, like I said, just kind of dust myself off after being hit by him, helping basically everyone off the boat except for Ingvold. And I'm just gonna turn. I'm gonna point to him with my mace, and I'm gonna say, "Fuck Microsoft!"
Yeah.
Yeah, probably less technology based, but yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Okay. So yeah, arcing radiant energy just slaps this thing, and it just goes limp and just falls back into the water.
Yeah, like almost going like Super Saiyan as I do it, like hair flying up, like eyes like lighting up, everything, and just looking at him and being like, "Enough!" and then casting it.
Yeah. And it just drops immediately.
Sweet.
Nice. Nice.
There was 3 6s and a 5.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Damage. That's about as good as it's ever gonna get there, folks.
So yeah, this thing now is no longer doing anything.
All right. Is everyone okay? Did anyone get hit?
Weren't you the one that got smacked around?
Yeah, are you okay?
I'm fine. I've been through worse.
I think we've both been through worse.
Meanwhile, Ingvald's still chilling on the boat.
Yeah, he's just still in the boat. He looked like he was ready to paddle,
Yeah.
Sure. What kind
Was
of...
that one time in 3rd grade he got bullied pretty hard that may have been worse?
I'll do the kind of thing where I kind of pat the back of my head to feel if there's any warm, wet spots, and then be like, "All right, Ingvold, if you want to pull forward and towards the mouth of the cave, I think this should be pretty well settled, and we can continue our..."
Yeah, okay. And it just deftly maneuvers.
I feel like
muscles for rank.
I was gonna do the same thing. Yes, I'm so happy you got that. He's going the distance,
I feel like Zugar has you see big red marks for suction cups, if that's a thing, for whatever we just fought, just all over any open skin.
Doing some cupping.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I lied about the layout a little bit, but anyways, yeah. I am the worst ever.
Oh, blue, fired.
I'm fired. So yeah, you this is what you see. It looks like a thing is starting to kind of open up, and what are you guys doing? Are you starting to make your way in a little?
I'll go to the stairs.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would be following right behind.
Yeah, right? Everybody's gonna move.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's get you guys over here.
I'll help Ingvald out of the boat.
Okay. Yeah, you guys are able to pull everything kind of up a little bit so that it's not gonna go anywhere.
Yeah. Well, you said it was low tide.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, we'll pull it up above the
Yeah. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, so what you see here then is this 50-foot high cavern is a forest of multicolored fungi ranging from tiny filaments to tree-sized mushrooms. A natural staircase of stone columns along the east wall leads up 10 feet to a higher cave area, which is like around the waterfall spot in the north. Water bubbles down from that upper cave and collects in a large pool. Two small mushroom-like people seem to be kind of around the pond, which I could put them there.
These
We got anonymous user again.
These buttholes didn't want to respond to the rock.
Maybe they had something against Dwayne.
The rock. So two small mushroom-like people are kind of over here by the pond. They look like they're up against the oops, it's the wrong layer again. Dang it, Jake. Okay. They look like they're kind of up against the thing, kind of not like huddled, but they look like kind of scared.
Sure.
A sickening smell like sulfur hangs in the air. Actually, everybody roll a perception check.
A lot.
11? Not great.
11 for me as well.
I see your 11s and I raise you a 7.
I see your 11s and raise you a 24.
Nice.
You said a 7, Josh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So everybody but Zugarf notices that a couple of mushroom people coming from this top thing look like they're running towards the hubbub.
Okay.
Is the
But they look larger, I should say that, sorry.
is the compost still in the boat?
Yeah, we'll say yeah.
I would grab it unless someone else was closer and already doing that.
I'm definitely gonna kind of hook my mace back to my belt and just kind of open palm it.
Okay.
I've got a shield, but I'll just be like,
okay. So this is fun to be able to do right before we are going to end this episode. Where is everybody? Ingvald's now out of the boat.
more or less.
Gilbert's moving forward a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say put me diagonal up one left.
Like this? Is that what you meant, Josh?
Yeah.
Or the other way?
I was thinking the other way, but that's fine.
Okay. Domingo, Fontaine.
I'd say I'm kind of hugging that left wall. Yeah, about there.
I'd probably be one up to the right, like diagonal. Yep, right there.
Okay. All right. Domingo. Hold on. You notice. This is so annoying and fun to do.
Ian's laughing. That's not good.
It's one of those things where I can't help it. Domingo seemed your instinct, I'm guessing, correct me if I'm wrong, is to kind of just get to the edges, kind of hide, be able to. Is that why you're going over to the side? Like you doing kind of like a stealthy thing, or just
just kind of yeah.
And so you kind of your attention is that, I'm guessing, are you paying attention to the mushroom people walking towards you guys?
No, that probably wouldn't be my main focus.
Okay, what are you paying attention to?
Scouting around, I guess, just like the immediate area where we're at.
Okay.
Make sure we're not stepping into something compromising, I guess.
Okay. So yeah, you don't see any threatening or aggressive action coming from any of the mushroom people, the two smaller ones up front and the two larger ones coming. However, you take a step and what looked just like regular fungus on the wall, these two tentacles kind of come out and they look like they're gonna swipe at you, and I rolled an attack. It was an 8. So you quickly just And with that, let's roll initiative, fellas.
Oh boy.
What a time to be alive, as my good friend Mr. Josh would say.
That's right.
It's 12.
Oh boy. Oh, Billy.
16.
21.
I'm gonna end up asking for all of those again. I'm sorry. 12 was
12, 16, 21?
12 was Domingo.
21.
Yep.
21.
12 was Domingo. 16 was who? Zero?
Yes.
Okay. And then 21 for Fontaine?
Yulbrick.
Yulbrick. See, I got the numbers. I couldn't put names in it. And then what did Fontaine get?
15.
Fontaine, and of course, who could forget? Ingvald. Got 14. All right. All right. So yeah, after this thing misses you, it's I can put little Toki token on there. Make sure we're in good shape here, but
Gosh, don't touch the walls, guys.
Don't do it. Yeah, it's like right there.
Oh jeez.
Yeah. And as soon as that little mishmash happens, that brings us right to Hulbrecht, who is apparently on the ball.
All right. Can I ready an action and then say something?
Yeah, what are you thinking of doing?
Okay. So I'm gonna already a spell.
Okie dokie.
Just in case this doesn't work. Already my infestation cantrip.
Okay, and
the trigger will
trigger?
be if somebody attacks one of my allies.
Sure. Okay.
And then I'm gonna say, we mean you no harm. We're here to speak with Sinessa. We brought compost. We're friends of Tarak. And that'll be
Okay.
be my thing.
Zoom out a little bit. Which is interesting because I had the Myconids are up now. They got a 19. These two right here, the smaller ones, they just start to they're kind of like up against the wall. They're like they're. I'm not even gonna put an insight check on this. They look like just shocked and like, oh god. And they're starting to just move. They both move this way a little bit. This guy up here. And so, but they look like they're just semi-frozen, probably in fear a little bit. Not entirely sure. And then these two larger ones. I'm just gonna make sure I get the right speed. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. They definitely don't seem to move as well as any of you guys, actually. And they get to like the edge of this little landing thing, which looks to be about 10 feet above is where this is. And they get to the ledge and like they clearly look at you and I'm not gonna say jump down, but like kind of get their legs down to the edge and drop down, sort of a thing. That makes sense. Hope it does.
They're scooting. Like
they're scooting. Yeah, that's
like
a good
when
way
you
to
go down the stairs. And just
All right.
As mushrooms do.
Exactly. This one does just fine. Move to and kind of heads right to there and kind of stops. Let's see how you do. Not quite as graceful, in fact. Oof. Okay. This would kind of fade right at the edge of the water, and scrambles to kind of get up. Was that?
I was gonna say, does it bounce off of the mushroom head and just kind of land back on its feet?
Like
like reverse That works too. I was thinking reverse Hollow Knight, you know, the fungal wastes.
Oh man, what an opportunity I missed. Yes.
Perfect.
Hold on a second. Oh yeah, let's do that. So this one that kind of landed a little better takes another little half step forward, and you see this like a radius of spores just kind of go like out from his head, or its head. You're not sure. Their head, like a bluish, greenish, teal kind of. And it gets to Domingo, Ingvald, and Hulbrick. And the three of them hear in their head, "We also mean you no harm." So Zugarth and Fontaine did not get this. And it's Zugarth's turn.
Okay.
I know that's a fun little thing to think about.
I'm just thinking about the awkwardness of simultaneous combat in D&D. That's what I'm thinking about right now.
It is what it is.
It is. It absolutely is. It's just one of those funny things that, like, it's moments like this that you're just like, damn.
Yeah.
I'll do exactly what Zugarth was planning on doing from the beginning. I will. I think my sword was already out. I'm not gonna put it away. He's gonna walk right. If you go diagonal to the right, next to the one that Domingo is with, walk. You go right there, or would you go one more to the left? Does it look like there's more of that mushroom nastiness that's Domingo's caught up in? Would I expect to get wrapped up in something like that if I took a step to the left? Is that a fair assumption or no?
The cloud, it looks like a little thing kind of, yeah, this is exactly what you're saying with your timing of real 6 seconds turn-based.
Well, I mean, I more meant the thing that tried to attack Domingo. If I step to the left, like if I step right above that on the wall,
right up here, yeah.
Do I think I would get attacked by something like that? Not necessarily the one that's already attacking him, but just in general.
Oh, like as if there's more.
Mm-hmm.
You can make a perception check. Nothing is standing out to you, and
if nothing's standing out to me, then
yeah.
I'll stand. I don't need to go crazy into it. Okay. Yeah, but what you said first is what I was thinking when I said the awkwardness.
Yeah.
And I will just kind of kneel down and look, not prone, but just kneel. So take that for what you will. Because I imagine that matters. I imagine that I'm significantly. I imagine that I'm significantly taller than this mushroom creature, and they don't seem threatening, right? They don't seem like they're
the one that like shot the spore puff thing.
Yeah. Well, just all four of them up top.
They look the two up against the wall, the smaller ones, they're kind of like back. They definitely
just
body language is easy to know. They look startled, afraid, however you want to phrase that. And then the other two, which are larger, well, the one face planted, so body language is different for that person. But the one you're in front of looks very much like I'm standing here, ready.
Sure.
But they don't look like they're like I'm gonna swing at you or anything. It's
yeah. So I'll kneel and get down on its level, and if I have to kneel, if I don't, if I'm assuming they're short. If they're shorter, then I'll.
It's a medium creature.
Okay.
Yeah.
So whatever I have to do to get down to their level or be at their level, I will.
You're there.
So and I'll just say, my friend speaks the truth. We come in peace. We only attacked the sea monster because it attacked us first. And I guess I'll if I still have an action, I will ready an attack for if any of the ones within my reach attack one of my friends, then I'm gonna attack it back.
That sounds like a good plan to me. Okay. After Zugarf is Fontaine with Ingvald on deck. I know, it's an interesting situation for you and Zugarf.
Well, considering the fact, I mean, I know technically it's supposed to be the same 6 Texas, but we're just going to disregard that, throw that out the window, and play things as it's happened so far.
That's fine.
And with seeing Zugarf go up there and not attack, probably the only reason why Fontaine is not firing shots up right now.
I think that's fair.
I would say he's just going to ready an action at the one that's in front of Zugarf. And if, like, anyone gets attacked, he's firing a shot at him.
Okay. So you have another attack ready to at an aggressor.
Yes.
Okay. That works. Is there anything else you want to do? Move?
Yeah, just move me one space up to the, like, up to the left.
Like this?
Yes, yeah, right there.
Okay. That's cool. We got your action readied. I think Ingvald just like stumbles back. We're gonna hold on, just because there's steps there. We're gonna roll a little dexterity check. You got a 5. Okay.
Falls into the boat.
So yeah, he actually stumbles back, and like the oars kind of like one oar like flops into the water, and he's like, just kind of he's like scrambling around and picks it up. He's very, very always heroic. So yeah, that's Ingvald's turn. Domingo.
What would Domingo do right now? I'm gonna bonus action disengage because rogues. And I'm gonna just be like, I guess, diagonal from Ingvald's, like up to the right. Yeah, right there. And I guess I'm gonna ready an action. I'll have my 2 daggers ready to be thrown if any of them start attacking or get aggressive, and I'll just say, "That's close enough. I'm allergic to mushrooms." That's it.
I love it. All right. So, yeah, we've got literally 4 readied attacks in the group, which is kind of awesome.
We're all packing heat.
Uh-huh. And so,
Yeah.
this is going to be very interesting. So none of these 4 have any kind of aggressive action at all. However, and these are more like tannish, brownish, and this purplish one that doesn't look humanoid. It looks much more like just something growing out of the wall with the tentacles. Takes a swipe at Zugarf, which triggers all 4 of your actions. So let's just go in initiative order. Hulbrecht, what do you want to do? Do you want to respond to this?
Well, have it roll a con 15 saving throw.
Here we go. That would be a 13, so that's a big old fail.
All right. 4 poison damage, and it moves 5 feet in a random direction if it can move, and its speed is at least 5 feet. That random direction is...
We'll start, Zugarf is 1.
3 is east, according to the ruling.
That works just fine. All right,
Does not provoke opportunity attacks. Not that it matters, because everyone's attacking anyway.
About to beat this snot out. Yeah. So what does this look like? It's infestation. There's like mites or like bugs?
Yeah. So I guess it's just like so I'm like sitting there, and I know that they said they're cool, but I also know that that's a different color, and that already attacked Domingo to begin with. So I guess it's just kind of like mites just kind of like swarm up from like seemingly nowhere and like come up and like around it and just start like biting into this fungus and
love it.
Freaks out and tries to get out of there.
Yeah, absolutely. Zugarf, you were facing this thing, but your battle instincts are honed. You kind of just felt the movement, and you turn quickly, and you can strike if you wish.
Yeah, I'll hit it. Yeah, just regular greatsword attack. And I don't know why, I just feel like I was kind of like kneeling a little bit, or at least in the motion of that, and just in one swift motion, just kind of turn around with my greatsword and try to attack it.
Here we go.
Into the rock.
Kid,
That's a 7, baby. Oh, I'm sorry, 8. That's an 8.
And 8 hits.
Oh, what a time to be alive. Wow.
Probably happy you didn't do no reckless.
Oh, man. That's 11 slashing. I think that's a +1 because of the thing that
That's right. Fontaine has, it's a 12.
Yes, sir.
Ooh, you take a big old chunk out of this thing.
Yeah.
Sword embeds itself into one of the stalks, almost chops it off completely, but not quite. It's thick with 2 C's, as the children say. So that moves us to Fontaine's ready to action.
Oh man. Well,
Still got it.
You see,
Still got it.
He's gonna shoot
Fontaine
right in my
said
ear
what he
again.
said.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did step up right next to Yulbrek to
Why is it always Yulbrek?
He's
Always
gonna have like
Yulbrek.
conditioned immunity. Just deafen by the end of it.
So we're
Thunder
actually
resistance.
gonna act like. So I am. See, I said I was aiming at the one in front of
Oh no.
Zugarf.
Well, okay. So it should be interesting.
And that's what my ready to action was for.
Oh,
If
specifically
anything
that
went
one.
down, that is what I said.
I thought you meant just an aggressor, but I will give you. So then, if you're saying that the trigger doesn't trigger for you, then that is what it is.
Well, no, it was if anyone attacks. Like, if anyone attacks, then I was gonna shoot at the one in front of Zugarf.
All right. Well,
So.
the choice is yours. The look on Nooch's face right there.
Okay, I am gonna say that he does notice the color difference between the two.
It is pretty stark, and one has like a humanoid shape to it.
And the fact that the one swiped first already at Domingo, he is, if you're gonna allow me, if you want to say because of the fact I was aimed at the one, I can't take my action, that's fine.
I'll leave that to you, because in my mind it was just when an
Okay.
aggressor happens, you'll attack something. That's
Okay,
what-
then I'll go ahead and shoot at that one, especially because the fact it's literally in the same line, so it's just a
That
matter
too.
of me like just aiming down just a little bit. Hopefully, I don't get a nat one hit Zugarf. That is a what is my +2 on this? Dirty 20.
Yeah, you got him.
And that is 6 fire damage.
How you want to do this?
Hey.
Honestly, I was just aiming for center mass on this thing, so you just kind of like just kind of, aim fire, I guess, right after the chop hits its arm tentacle thing, just dead center, just hits it, and it just kind of like almost like think of like a like molten something going through like styrofoam. It just kind of like melts as it goes into him, and just kind of leaves like a melted hole in the middle of him.
I love that, and it stops like reacting to the infestation as well, and yeah, you done did it. And so now let's there's obviously a few real tense moments there, but that's no longer the case. In fact, the Myconid that face planted kind of just comes more over towards the smaller ones, like this, after it stumbles up. And it's weird because Domingo, Hulbrick, and Ingvald all kind of heard Ingvald, well, not Ingvald, but Hulbrick and Domingo heard Ingvald curse under his breath as he tripped. But Zugarf and Fontaine did not. At least that would be the impression. Yeah, we're just gonna leave it at that for now. And Zugarf notices another little puff of that like bluish green spore, and in Zugarf's mind, you just hear, "Are you all right?"
I'm fine. Our friend Domingo here is the one who was touched by this creature. Not one of yours, I assume.
Not at all. We try to live peacefully as best we can. You say you've spoken with Tarak, and actually everybody but Fontaine is hears this. So Fontaine is probably a bit in the dark.
He has his gun still raised up. Is kind of just like looking around at everyone and sees like the looks on everyone's faces. And he's like, what?
I'll just kind of like put my hand on his and be like, it's okay. We're okay. I'll be like, you're gonna want to take a hit of the mushrooms.
Yeah. How does Fontaine react to that?
He lowers his weapon. He's still just standing here.
Okay.
Just trying to pay attention to what's going on.
Yeah. You notice the two small ones and the other one larger ones, they kind of just slowly move down this hallway out of sight.
If I can, would walk up next to Zugarf and say, I apologize for the noisy entry. I'm not quite sure what's going on here. I hope that wasn't someone you knew, and hope that was an enemy. We're kind of trying to figure out what's going on, as I'm sure you are.
Have these creatures been attacking you too?
Oh, now you're just showing off. Okay. They leave us alone, but they are not our kind. I guess it's built into the kinds of creatures we are. They saw you as intruders. You say you're here to see Sinessa?
Well, truthfully, we're here because Tarak has been unable to come and visit you, and it seems that their supplies of the hardcap mushrooms are running low. And I understand that you and the colony up there had a trade going on and a symbiotic relationship. And he was unable to get in because of a giant sea creature. So we were coming to alleviate that and try and restore the trade route, as it were.
We appreciate your efforts. There has been difficulties as of late. It's been warmer in here, and some sort of sickness has taken Sinessa. We're trying to figure it out. Before Sinessa really took ill, she set up that octopus to try and protect us, and you, by the sound of things, sounds like you dealt with it.
See, I thought that it was there to help him. I thought so. I apologize.
What do you need protection from?
Outsiders that mean us harm.
Are there many outsiders that mean you harm?
No, but not to my knowledge, but Sinessa, as our leader, felt it was her responsibility to protect us. And since she was no longer able to do it, that's how she handled it.
What sort of illness has she come down with?
We're not sure. We're still trying to figure it out. It's been fairly recent.
Perhaps I can be of some help. I happen to be a follower of Lathander, a healer of sorts. If it's not too presumptuous, I'd be happy to try and help any way that I can.
I'd say at this point, the Myconid's head kind of just turns a little bit to the side, and then you hear in your head, "This name Lathander is not known to me, but if you think you can help, you're welcome to try."
I'll see if I can do anything.
So, I'm not sure what you guys are staring at, but nothing seems to be happening right now.
I would assume that Heelbrick's still like talking out loud because he's not quite certain how the connection works. So I'm sure Fontaine just hears like half a conversation.
Just kind of hears you almost like staring and mumbling. You are staring. Domingo is like looking intently.
Actually, at this point, Domingo would actively be trying to bury the Myconid that we just killed.
Digging a hole in the cave. This is kind of awesome.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and Ingvald is just trying to situate the boat, which it looks like he's better at. Got it going again.
He's got his one job and he's doing it well.
Something like that, yeah.
I didn't realize until like we first started this section of the combat that there's a person in the boat, and I love that.
Oh yeah,
that's so fun.
Kind of like Ingvald, yeah. Well, yeah, because you guys, the tokens were on it last time.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Don't feel bad. That's normally a detail I would miss. Okay, so yeah, let's we'll zoom out a little bit. And I'm gonna take a quick look at my map. And yeah, let's go ahead and remove some of the background layers. And Ingvald kind of just like looks to Heelbrick like, kind of like, you want me to stay? What are you thinking?
If you stay, you know you have to practice, right?
Yeah. Simultaneously, he says, "Oh yeah, I'll that's fine." And in your head, you go, "I ain't practicing."
I heard that.
And at that moment, he kind of like looks at you.
Now that I kind of have a feeling for how it works, I'm gonna just be like, I am forehead.
His eyes go really wide at that. And it's just, you just hear in your head, I'll practice.
Stay
Which is so funny that Fontaine still has no idea what's going on with this, but everybody else was hearing the mental interaction. So I'm gonna let each of you think about how telepathy of this kind might affect each other, because it is now, with the exception of Fontaine, the three of you do have a link. So whether your stray thoughts, maybe you communicate, if you want to communicate that or not, I want you to just at least think about how that might affect things at this point in time, because that is probably, I mean, we've never talked about it, but I don't think something any of your characters has experienced before.
Probably not.
So everything is like any thought is communicated, or
it's not like a detect thoughts spell.
Like
I will
surface
just
thoughts?
read.
Like
Yeah, so
surface
I'm just gonna. It's that you can.
stuff like, God, this armor is now wet, kind of chafing a little bit.
I'll just say this: like, if it's one of those things where you can communicate with each other as long as you're within 30 feet of each other telepathically at this point. And however you want to handle that, if you feel like you're still going to be very guarded, or maybe your mind wanders, however you want to, it's up to you guys. It's not something that it's forced, but you know, wisdom saves, insight checks on each other are probably going to be a little easier if that was something you were interested in, you know, like that kind of a thing. We'll
I'm going
just something to think about.
I'm gonna think towards Zugarf. And I'm gonna think, I wonder if Domingo can hear this.
Can I hear it?
Oh, this is a good question.
If he's thinking directly to Zugar?
Yeah, like I'm looking at Zugarf like I'm gonna try and whisper something to him.
That's a good
So I'm
question.
trying to say it to Zugarf, but I want to see if Domingo hears it.
I'm just gonna read this real quick.
Sure.
Zugarf is gonna say,
I bet he wouldn't tell us if he did.
and then he'll look at Domingo. Just kind of look back to Hubert.
It doesn't say. So, I'm gonna say it's kind of just like speaking. So, I would say Domingo does hear that.
Okay. Do his ears twitch a little bit at the sound of his name?
They probably do.
Alright. Then
This
after
is fun.
knowing that, Heelbrick is going to be as absent-minded as he possibly can be.
Fair enough.
But I'll make sure to think out loud for the time being.
Yeah, Zugarf pretty much the same. You know, like if he realizes that any thoughts are heard, you might hear him like what would it?
It's not that just if you have a thought, everyone hears it. Like, there is intent to speak behind it.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
I do think that the lines of intention to speak and thinking could potentially just get blurred. And if you want to have fun with that, as
it's the first time doing it.
Yeah, if you want to have fun with that, have fun with that. If you want to have it affect stress levels or whatever, however you think that would affect your character, that's fine.
I'll say
Or
Everyone's
Fontaine.
benefit that Fontaine doesn't have it yet.
It's just so interesting how that worked out.
Fontaine's out here insulting them.
I'll say you hear this.
Think on the mountain, on the sunsets, the rolling hills, the waves.
and then nothing. Zugarf is totally silent in his mind.
Gosh, I love all your characters so freaking much already. It's like it's just chapter 2. All right, so the Myconid leads you through this hallway where the other 3 had left, and as soon as you start to kind of get up around the bend, even just up to here, it reeks of rot. The floor is covered with like decaying vegetation. There are other mushroom folk in here, and as you walk down the hallway, there's three other mushroom folk are working around there, other small ones, and it looks kind of like a composty fertilizer style thing. I believe they called the room a larder, which I probably should have looked up what that means, and I didn't do it, but here we are. So that's kind of the vibe I got, and then eventually wants to lead up here, unless there's something that any of you want to do. I don't want to assume.
A larder's like a big pantry.
Okay.
For storing like food stock and stuff like that.
So there you go. That sounds like fun. Take care of this here. And again, there's like a kind of just like this low light, dim light, just ambient glow from like just if you think of like in Skyrim, those like glowing mushrooms that kind of are just on the walls and stuff. It's very kind of cool, actually. It's its own little RGB show. Guys up in here, and you come up in here, which is B4, which is always fun to say. Before, anyways, this is a circular. Yeah, pretty much. Circular chamber. There are 6 clusters of giant mushrooms. 6 clusters of giant mushrooms are arranged in a rough circle around this cavern, which you can see along the edges. Several human-sized mushroom folk stand in a circle at the center of the cave, and the smell of sulfur starts to really come through here. Which I'm gonna say, Domingo. Do you have like special smelling option things?
No, I don't think so. No.
I feel like just because it's more fun, I want to say you do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Roll. Actually, does that intrigue you? Roll a little perception check.
Yeah. Sure. It's 15 plus 2, 17.
Yeah. All right. So, you can you're the only one that can tell it's definitely coming from the left.
Okay.
Everybody else is just like, ugh, this stinks. That kind of a thing.
Yeah, I'll think out loud and I'll say, looks like if we head left, we're gonna find whatever source, the stench is coming from. I don't know if that's where we're heading or that's where we're trying to avoid, but.
Do you say that out loud, or do you say that in your mind?
I thought it.
Okay.
Aware that there are mushroom folk among us who could potentially hear me, but I don't really know that, so. Domingo's not thinking that.
So there are 2 of the 6 Myconids, the larger ones. 2 of them look to be like they're tending to the other 4. They look like they're kind of all standing still or standing stock still in like they don't seem to be like as lucid as the one that's leading you.
Like they're injured or something?
That sounds like a reasonable thing, but the 4 of them look like they're kind of just like resting and just like they're in bad shape, like they're
kind of dazed.
Being tended to by the other 2, yeah.
Okay.
All right, and then go ahead.
Sorry. I mean, if the tour wants to move on without me, I'll hang out in here for a little bit and see if I'm assuming the 2 that are tending to them are some sort of mushroom physician.
Seem like mushroom people. That's probably the best you, probably the best you can do.
I think I'll probably like kind of see if I can be of any kind of help to them, or see if I'll think at the people that are tending to them and be like, sorry, forgive my intrusion. What's happening here? Is there anything I can do to help?
The two kind of turn and look in your direction as soon as you say that, and they both kind of like look at you, look at the other Myconid that seems to be still heading straight up, actually. And then you hear in your mind, "Who are you?"
I'm Hulbrick, a friend of Tarak's. Here to be of any service I can.
Do you know what has caused this blight? Or how to cure it?
I wish I did.
You can sense a certain and it's weird because this type of communication kind of has this emotion attached to it. There's like a cautious trepidation about it, the way they're talking to you, but you could tell that seeing you with another Myconid kind of just being escorted, it's like, okay, like I don't know who you are, but I guess you're on the up and up. Kind of a thing. So what does the group want to do while this is happening? I'm assuming it will just say, Hulbrick, maybe you stepped over to the side just a little bit.
Yeah, I'll step off to the side, and I'll catch up if everyone keeps going. It's not a big deal.
Is that what everybody's gonna do? Still follow this guy?
Sorry, go ahead, Josh.
No, you got
it. Domingo is gonna wander towards the left. He's gonna stealth.
Okay.
He's gonna try and see if he can at least get him a visual on what might be causing the stench. He's probably not gonna wander too far. Sure. But he's gonna at least venture to the opening of that hallway. And
kind of like over here, sort of.
Yeah. How dark is it in this cave?
It's all low light. So
okay.
Yeah, like you see the cave, it continues to go. Let me just make sure before I move anything. I'm not supposed to. Okay. You could tell like it keeps going, so like there's like an outline, but it actually it's a little strange in that you can see that it's mostly had this like blue, purples, greens and stuff, and then you notice you kind of can tell it just like maybe a little yellowish orange kind of back end of it, but you don't quite see what could be doing that because there's just a few I can just move this a little bit. You can see there's like a couple of, my mind is drawing a blank, wall sort of things. Things are blocking your eyes.
Yeah, I gotcha. Stalagmites and stalactites. And
oh yeah, I'm like, I'm the words. Yeah.
Columns.
Things. Stuff.
Rocks.
Yeah, rocks.
Even rocks didn't come to my head there. Yeah.
Nice. I don't know who said that, but Boulder feels conflicted.
So I don't know if you want to push with that or not, but you kind of get the sense that like I don't know if like I don't think getting there would have been something that maybe you could have snuck through, but maybe continuing potentially you could sneak through, but.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. He's gonna let. So what's Hulbrick doing? Is he kind of helping heal these mushroom folk?
Yeah, we'll say he's here to chat with the two
I mean, they seem like they want nothing to do with me.
Okay. I
That
guess
might be a little
I'll,
too strong. They're just a little distrustful. Just
yeah.
emotionally, you can pick up on that in the communication.
Sure.
I'll think out loud again. Towards the group. I don't think Domingo would pick up on the fact that Fontaine doesn't hear his thoughts. But he's gonna think out loud to the group and kind of point and say, "I'm pretty sure it's this way, guys. Something. It doesn't just smell funky. It's starting to look weird over here too. Different colors and stuff."
I'll think back at him. Well, they did say that the temperature was rising in the tunnels, and a sulfurous smell could be a volcanic intrusion of some.
Well, we're definitely getting warmer colors, so
Domingo,
That
roll
hunch would
another
be
perception check, actually.
13.
When you hear Hulbrick talk about rising temperatures, it might be a little warmer over here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I didn't notice that till he mentioned it, but
Yeah. Oh yeah. Now that you mention it, I am starting to feel a little bit warmer
over there.
Yeah, it's
Do we get the sense that we are being escorted, like pseudo detained, or do we feel like we can just kind of mosey?
you certainly don't get the sense that you're like prisoners or like under guard. The one Myconid's definitely intent is to bring you north on the map, but
gotcha.
As soon as you kind of stop, I mean, it kind of turns around and it's like just looking. What are you up to?
Piggybacking on that, do I get the sense that they're uneasy of the fact that I'm heading in that direction or looking in that direction?
I think it's more like come this way, kind of a
Like, why just
everything.
stop?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
but there's no like threatening. It's just more like, come on, what are you doing?
I'll think to the guy that's leading us, and I'll think. Forgive me. I'm not well accustomed to the social dynamics and inner workings of Myconids. Do you have names or things that you call one another, or identities, or is it more of a collective?
That's a good question.
My name is Molen.
Molen.
Yes.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Molen. My name is Hulbrick.
Hulbrick. Yes.
I apologize for the delay. You said it was getting warmer in here, in the caverns. And can we see what's down that way before we go and meet with Sinessa quick?
If you wish.
It'll just be a second.
But it might be dangerous.
Dangerous how? God, I want to know what Fontaine is thinking. There's just silence around him.
He's
kind of like,
completely-
just like looking around.
I feel like he's completely comfortable. He's like, this is great. Nobody's making me talk.
Cleaning his gun.
He's just amazed because it seems like everyone knows where to go. And he's just kind of like following everyone, just, a little confused. Like, okay, but man, they just, you guys are just following him. Like, Fontaine's like, I mean, if they trust him, I guess.
Just thinking about how there's probably some social cue that you missed that everybody else picked up on. Like, I guess we just silently follow them now.
it seem like these guys are good.
Not long ago, maybe a 10-day. Love my 10 days. There has been a blockage of the vent that would keep the flow of this smoke from entering the cave, and that seems to be not long after when Sinessa and some of the others took ill. But there are a couple of creatures in there that you might find dangerous.
Do I know if sulfur dioxide is toxic to mushrooms?
Jake doesn't know the answer to that question, so I guess just roll a medicine check.
I was like, we're in a fantasy.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's an 8 on the die, plus my medicine, which is 5. It's a 13.
I would say not specifically, but if it wouldn't be that big of a leap to think that, then I'll let you handle how
This is probably a time where you'll just hear Hilbrick thinking like, okay, well, I guess if there's a blockage of a vent, then volcanic fumes, sulfur dioxide, it's pretty toxic. It's gonna get worse up top, higher in the caves. So, makes sense. Could be with the blight, could be like you just kind of like hear this like kind of like rambling like train of thought as he's just trying to like work through things in his own like head as far as like the timeline of things. Like, yeah, I guess.
Zugarf listens at first, and then like realizing that this is just gonna like kind of continue to like trail off in your whole thought process, like tries to tune it out however he's able in that, and just speaks to our guide again, and just says,
"Are these creatures suffering from the same manner of illness that Sinessa is suffering from?"
No, they seem to thrive on it.
Pardon me, I meant the creatures in this room, the other Myconids that are being cared for.
Oh. Yes, of course. Unfortunately, yes.
What manner of creature is thriving on this? Have you seen them?
I have not, but Sinessa has. She described it as something as if smoke and fire came out of and joined to became alive somehow.
do I know what an elemental is, and what I think that this sounds like?
What kind of a check do you think that is? Or what kind of a path to that knowledge do you think Zugarf would have?
I mean, he's seen some crap. I think it would just be in experience, maybe history, maybe just like stories.
I was wondering that.
People fighting them on the battlefield or anything like that. People fighting.
Yeah, history or arcana, I guess, would be potentially.
I'll do history because I think it would be more in the stories. But I don't know if that he would have fought one himself. But natural 14, which is, pardon me, 14.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, you've heard some stories about things like, fire or rock water or air, maybe magically being able to do things and almost being like sentient, but definitely no firsthand experience, and probably more like spooky stories that would be told to, have fun with children or something.
Okay. I will think on those stories, but that's it.
Actually, at this point, Molen kind of turns and looks at Fontaine. Where are my manners? And then you see that like blue-green like puff of cloud comes right around Fontaine, and now Fontaine is under the same effect. At first I thought you were just being quiet.
Who said that?
You see Molen put his arm up to his chest. Forgive me, I forget sometimes how startling that can be. You can now think, and we will hear you.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. Thank you.
All right, and with that, we're gonna take a little pee-pee break. Yeah, how does Fontaine react to this new sensation for him?
He's just kind of like, no one else has really like talked or like done anything with it yet, so he kind of just has that little conversation with them, and then just is like is back to just kind of like standing there with maybe stray thoughts floating here and there.
Yeah, that works.
Wait,
all right.
Does that mean I'm high? Oh my gosh, I just had fungal spores. Oh man, I've never been high before. Oh boy, I hope I don't freak out. And he's just kind of like thinking this out loud.
This is great. Love it.
And it's even better because no one is responding, so he's probably gonna keep going.
It's one of those things where like Nooch wants to say something. He'll break.
That's a thing. All right, so Molen is standing by the entrance to head north, but it sounded like you wanted to head west. What do you think what do you nerds want to do?
Would it be beneficial for us to speak to Sinessa before we encounter this trouble?
This is to everyone.
Yeah, I mean, unless we think we can, get a visual of what's causing this and bring that information to them. I mean, I'm sure they're aware of it, but.
Sorry, didn't they say that Sinessa saw them?
Yep.
Okay. So then I'll say, Sinessa's seen them. It's definitely a good idea to discuss with her.
Must have missed that when I was up ahead scouting.
Weird times thinking to each other. So.
Wait, you can all hear this?
Who said that?
It's Fontaine.
Who's Fontaine?
Why is Gamora?
Now you're just messing with me. I see how it is.
This is magnificent.
If I was playing pretty much any other character that I've ever played, I would put on a funny voice and pretend to be Fontaine's intrusive thoughts.
Oh my goodness.
Zugarf wouldn't do that.
But in an alternate reality, it happened. I want everybody to know.
No, but here's the thing. You don't need to do that. All of a sudden, you just kind of hear, so wait, they're messing with me? Does it mean they're my friends? Because friends mess with each other? Or does it mean that they're picking on me and laughing at me? I don't know, man. This is complicated.
Zugarf would actually, if you say that.
Yes, Zugarf, that comes through.
Zugarf would walk up to you and put his hand on your shoulder and just kind of look at you and give you a nod and say,
"We are your friends."
See Fontaine like stiffen just a little bit, like, oh crap, they heard that. And then you hear, oh crap, they heard that. and then he responds, thank you.
He'll just kind of pat you on the shoulder and go back to the matter at hand.
Domingo will kind of just sigh loudly. And he'll start walking north.
So everybody's gonna go follow Mullen?
Correct. Yes. Okay.
Mullen. That's all.
They see me Mullen.
That's right.
They sporin'.
Okay, so I come over to here, right? Imagine because of the nature of everything, I'm guessing Hulbrick probably would have wanted to be more towards the front because of medical kinds of things. And glowing fungus and colorful crystals grow from the walls and ceilings of this smaller cave. In the middle of the cave, two human-sized mushroom folk tend to a larger specimen of their kind. The large one is shriveled and covered with unhealthy purple blotches, and it does not move. Now, when we say large, we mean large. Like, would be considered a large-sized creature.
The color of this, the purple on her, the blotches, is that the same color as the thing that we fought in the beginning? And the thing that grabbed onto Domingo?
It does seem like there is a bit of a similarity.
Zugarf will say to Mullen,
when did you first find those other fungal creatures, the ones that fought us in the beginning of this cavern?
You want to know when they first showed up, kind of a thing?
Yeah.
Just to make sure I
apologize as if this is a
you're good.
Book thing.
No, you're good. That's fine.
Did they first come at the same time as the heat and the other creatures?
We noticed the heat first. Then Zanessa took ill. And not long thereafter. But they don't bother us.
Zugarf will just kind of make eye contact with the other members of the group, like,
You noticed actually as Molen, because emotion and intent is there, like it's like the first time this thought occurred to Molen. I was like, wow, that should have been more obvious, kind of a thing.
Would like to approach Sinessa. Kind of bow a little bit and be like, I'm so sorry that you've taken ill. My name is Hulbrick. Myself and my friends here are here to try and help any way we can. I do have some healing capabilities bestowed upon me by Lathander. Would it be acceptable for me to take a look and try and help you?
At that, you notice there's one of the adult Myconids that were here kind of had this like it looks like a red fungus in his hands, and kind of just squeezed it, and there's like puff of red spores seems to just like dissipate around Sinessa's mushroom dome head thing, and another one seemed to go over to a barrel and come back and had more of that fungus in their hand. And that Myconid you hear, unfortunately, Sinessa cannot hear you. We're afraid the end may be near. And then you hear Molen. When did that happen? Within the last hour or so. You definitely feel a very deep heaviness on what they're saying.
I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds. Nooch doesn't think it's gonna do anything, but Hulbrick is gonna try.
Okay.
I think I'll.
Just because, do me a. It doesn't look like there are any physical wounds as much as you see disease, and I do think Hulbrick would know his own spells and capabilities, so I don't want you to overextend yourself without reason to do so.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Tell her to hold on for one more level, because then I can get lesser restoration.
Dang it, who wasn't a paladin? We did a paladin. Such a weird thing. Anyway. But yeah, there's a big, deep heaviness. The one that had squeezed whatever these red spores are over Sinessa. If you think you can try something to help, please do it. Definitely a sad desperation in their voice. Or thoughts. Mind. Thing.
Well, I suppose we're going into that cave on the left after all. I don't think we have time to wait, do we?
Is Zugar, I'm sorry, asking the group or one of the other Myconids?
The group.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like we have much of a choice here.
So at this, you kind of notice that Domingo is not really ignoring, but he's kind of lost in his own thoughts. And you'll catch a stray thought where he's thinking out loud to himself. What the hell is that traitor Tarak doing sending us down here? Is that bastard trying to get me killed as well? I wonder where he put it though. And then he kind of comes to his senses.
We are going to bookmark that. This is not the place to discuss Tarak. Do I get to change my spells after a short rest? Or does it have to be a long rest in order?
Clerics are long rest folk. On account of all the other awesome things they do. I know that's what you wanted to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think very many classes can short rest. Druids?
Druids and wizards have, land druids and wizards have a short rest, slot recovery option. Maybe some
bards.
Maybe some Tashas have maybe a short rest rearranging for wizards. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
And I don't really have anything that would help. Just I could do detect poison and disease, but it just tells me what's.
I want to detect what I already see.
Yeah. Like, what's killing you?
Bing,
now I know
it's
exactly. I would know exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's at least something.
Yeah. I can identify the kind of poisonous creature, or disease in each case. However, that's not helpful. I could also do Sanctuary, but that's not helpful.
Not under attack.
So then I could do Ceremony when she dies, so that she can't turn into a zombie.
I thought you were gonna try and marry her to somebody.
I could have a coming of age ceremony for her.
It's my mushroom bar mitzvah. I don't know. What is this? She's like, what did I come back to?
Is Heelbreck ordained?
I would say probably in his own way.
Realistic. Alright, well, I don't even have Spared the Dying as a cantrip.
All right, fellas, what do we want to do here?
I mean,
This would not be considered a short rest, the amount of time that we spent and what we were doing in that time.
I would say no, but
okay.
It's probably close. I would tack it on to count as one if you wanted to make sure you took advantage of that.
How much longer would we need to spend for it to be a short rest? And
15, 20 minutes.
Do we? I don't. Zugarf isn't going to suggest that because it seems like if she's gotten this bed in the last hour, then time is definitely of the essence. So, even though it would help his hit points, he's not going to suggest that.
But you did have. I know you. I think everybody but Zugarf has a path to healing, but is there? You guys do have potions that Tarak gave you.
I do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's cool. I don't know who took this.
Yeah, I can't remember if like one person hung on to them.
You could divvy them up now if you want, but there are 2.
Okay.
I'll take one.
I guess. I mean, it sounds like there's not really anything that I can do.
Yeah.
Cure wounds isn't going to really help, and Heelbrick will say a prayer. Almost like funeral rites, in a sense, like, Lathander, watch over her. May this death just lead to new life and the next beginning. And in that prayer, he'll probably also ask for like some guidance as far as what course of action we should pursue.
Okay.
Because that's probably all he can.
Make a wisdom. Yeah, just make a wisdom check.
That is an 8.
Okay.
Like, that's just my wisdom modifier in the die roll.
Yeah, that's all I was looking for.
Yep.
But yeah, telepathically, this could be interesting if you want, but I imagine, based on what you said and kind of the tone you've had, perhaps Heelbrick is feeling a lot of pressure and he's just maybe having trouble clearing his mind.
Yeah. Because, like, he desperately wants to help, but kind of knows that he can't and feels helpless because of that. And he knows, like, it's not about him, but he can't help but, like, be hard on himself for not being able to actually, like, help somebody in need. So there's a lot of things going on.
Yeah, I understand that feeling well.
Is that communicated?
I'm sure that a decent amount of that is like subtext, but like you can definitely see the
Probably glean from his expression.
Yeah, the
how about some emotion? Just whatever.
The hurt, the distress that he's currently like feeling. Like
I cannot promise that we will succeed. I cannot promise that by destroying whatever monster or whatever creature came to this place, or even by removing the blockage, I can't promise that any of that will help Sinessa at this time. But it's the only option we have right now. And we'll take that option. And if there's anything else that we can do to help, we will do that as well.
Is that to Heelbrick, or to whom it may concern?
I feel like everything that Zugarf is saying while in this state is just kind of to whom it may concern. It's like, I know everyone has access to this, so it's for everyone.
Yeah. Whoever needs this information.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll definitely kind of like snap Heelbrick out of it. And Heelbrick's now kind of like, there's a demeanor shift for sure.
And if there's an emotion, by the way, that is conveyed in that, it's hope. I don't know, hope's not really an emotion. If there's a feeling that's conveyed, it's hope.
Works for me.
There's definitely a demeanor shift in Heelbrick, and like he kind of like sets his jaw a little bit, and it's like, It's like, well, I think it's safe to say we all have an understanding that our next path is investigating towards the west, and whatever's there better come ready. I think we should take a moment, recharge, focus, and head off down that path that Domingo found.
All right, is that what everybody wants to do?
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
Let's talk marching order.
I can be up front scouting. If everybody's good with that.
Yeah. I did mean to imply that we would get a short rest in before going, because it seems like there's not much we can do for Sinest. And I would like to roll a hit die, or maybe 2.
You guys want to take a few minutes for a short rest? That's fine. Sounds like Josh. Did you never said Zug? Did you say Zugarf took the healing potion? I don't know if you were holding it or drinking it.
Holding it. I have one, but I have not used it.
Okay. So yeah, if you want to finish your short rest and spend hit dice, whatever, that's fine.
So Domingo, kind of like unaware that the party needs to take some time to rest, is already walking off. I don't know if you guys want to alert him.
I did mean to imply that we would take a short rest when I was like, let's take a few moments, recollect, recenter. If Domingo wants to scout, because he's by far the quietest of all of us, because we no longer have any information. Our access to information is comatose. So Domingo can do as Domingo chooses.
Well, if nothing's mentioned to him, he's going to keep marching on. He's kind of got tunnel vision at this point, like, okay, this is the next goal, and then we can get out of here.
Definitely safe to say Fontaine and Zugarf also see this happening.
Well, I already used my hit dice.
All right, so maybe Zugarf and Hulebrecker just, taking a moment. What's Fontaine doing?
I could.
Fontaine is just, chilling. As long as he sees that Domingo stops. If he doesn't see Domingo stopping, he will call out to him, but...
Okay. Do you want to have... Is Domingo going to try and scout out ahead?
He's going to try it and scout out ahead. He'll probably keep walking until he hears... If he hears Fontaine say something.
Okay. We are going to be here just a moment before we go ahead.
Oh, what are y'all doing?
I think they're recovering from the fight earlier.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I guess I didn't realize it went that bad for you guys. Well, I won't.
For us, so it goes easier for you.
All right, I won't stray too far then, but if we want a shot at saving these folk, I don't know, like.
If we think this is too time sensitive to wait a few 15 minutes or so, then I say let's carry on.
your call ultimately. You guys know your bodies better than I do, so.
We've always got healing potions and Lathander on our side.
I've never felt better.
Isn't he by the boat still?
I have mentioned, I think all of you have inspiration, right? All four of you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Well, let's press on then. Let's see if we can't.
This is pre-short rest.
Pre-short rest.
All right. Marching order. We got Domingo first.
Yeah.
Is it like a Domingo is trying to sneak forward kind of thing, and we should give him space?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say basically, if I'm trying to get any further than I did last time when I was initially scouting this hallway, I would start to move stealthily past that point.
So I would say that Zugarf would follow probably 25 to 30 feet behind, if possible. Unless he thinks that's going to severely... Yeah, you know what? No, he would follow 25 to 30 feet behind, if he could.
Yeah.
And also, I went back to what my previous hit points were at, but I just want to let you all know that I rolled 12 on my hit die.
Oh,
so.
I saw that too.
Yeah, I used D&D Beyond for it.
So I don't know what I'm doing on D&D Beyond. So I usually just roll in person. But
I normally do too. I used it for that one, but
all good.
Which, if you know anything about me, it's surprising that I rolled so well on Online Roller.
It is, and it's kind of, I was like, wow, I guess the math does eventually even out.
It's all those ones I rolled on the Friday night fights.
Oh my gosh. Some of the early days of J&J. You should watch that in case you haven't. It's some fun stuff.
Those were classic, though.
I started feeling bad. Anyways. Okay, so yeah, so it does kind of work itself into single file. So is the intent to have Domingo first, 25, 30 feet, Zugarf, then...
Zugarf would just walk next. So unless somebody else tried to be like, no, me, that's
yeah. I feel like Zugarf and Heelbrick kind of go back and forth on who's number 2 in the order. So.
Okay. So then Fontaine will take up the rear?
Behind Zugarf.
Okay.
I guess Fontaine will be in the back.
All right.
Or actually, no, that's a good point. I'll have Fontaine go in front of me. I'll take up the rear.
Okay. I'm gonna start moving you guys a little bit down the hallway, this kind of area. And right around here, I'm just gonna do the ye old box text. The air in this cave is choked with thick smoke that assaults your nostrils with a pungent odor of brimstone. Strange flickering orange light illuminates the smoke. And as you look at the walls, you notice that it's free of any fungal growth. Instead, crystals grow from the rock. To your right, you can actually see it. It's not very distinct, but it's a little purple here. A large cluster of purple crystals juts from the stone, and on the far wall, a glowing orange crystal, which I will add as you kind of see through this little token area. Not that big. And right there, now that you can kind of get a better angle on it. A glowing orange crystal wedged into a fissure in the cave wall seems to be the source of the light. Streaks of soot trace a path along the cave walls between the purple crystals and the fissure.
Does it seem like magical in nature? Does it seem like naturally occurring compared to the other crystals?
You mean like the orange one compared to the
orange one?
ones?
Yeah.
It's definitely different. I would say it definitely seems less natural than the purple, but I wouldn't say. I'm not sure Domingo would have training unless you could give me a good reason. Otherwise,
Yeah,
why is he trained in Arcana? No. Okay.
Just curious.
Yeah, I think you're probably just guessing, but just looking at it, the purple seems to kind of seem like, yeah. There's definitely something funky with that orange one.
Okay. And then the rest of the walls, yeah, you mentioned no fungus, and then just like concentrated purple crystal in that area.
Yes.
Okay.
And there's like soot traces that are kind of traveling along the walls and stuff.
Gotcha. Has it gotten a lot warmer?
Yeah, it is warmer. I would say like the cave feels warmer, and just as a whole, as you probably would have imagined. So it's elevated here for sure, but not like crazy intense.
Yeah. So well, I'll think out loud to them, and I say, "I'm pretty sure I found the source, guys. It's some orange crystal thing, you know, some kind of sulfury soot coming out of it. No fungus at all in this place."
I will begin to ritual cast detect magic so that Zugarf can get his long rest or short rest. And he can get his 12 back.
All right. So what is everybody doing? Is Domingo continuing? Is waiting for everybody? I know.
Does he note, like, he'll continue. Does he notice anything funky about the rock formations in the middle? Are they going all the way to the ceiling of the cavern? Or are they kind of just like...
Yes, they do. They're
okay, they're like pillars, yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. He'll probably go behind one of them, like the one closest to him, and kind of just wait there for the rest of the group to catch up when they do.
So he wants to go down here, kind of a thing?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then it's when you get there, you actually notice what looks to be... best way to describe this. It looks kind of... It's very odd. Like, you've heard of dragons before.
You said the D word.
I did. You've heard of dragons before, but you're not. So you see a dragon, but it's small. Like it's maybe sized like the smaller Myconids, like as far as like overall size goes.
Okay.
It looks like it's kind of molten a little bit, like almost like molten magma in a way, and kind of like smoke and kind of glowy fire sort of thing. And I'm gonna need everybody to go ahead and roll initiative because we gonna have some fun right here.
Sure. And you can you move us all so that we're between 25 and 30 feet away? Thank you.
You did
or just
say
move me at least. I said that. I don't know if anybody else was doing the same.
You guys gonna follow.
Did I get my detect magic off or not?
I don't think Domingo was waiting, but I'll let that's up to Domingo.
The thing. He was more so he was gonna wait there. Like that was his natural stopping point, was to kind of get his back up against the wall so that nothing could sneak up on him. That was his whole thought process.
The irony is I rolled stealth checks for these guys. Domingo has a 12 passive perception. They rolled a 13, which anybody else would have noticed. It was like, oh dang, this is kind of awesome. Awesome for me because it was fun. But
Man, this is the second 3 in a row that I've rolled. So, actually not in a row. No, that's not true. But it's the second 3 tonight out of like 4 rolls. So that's 5 total for me.
Okay, Zugarf is a 5.
It's funny because I just rolled a 3 as well.
Hey.
I get a 7.
7 for Domingo.
The mighty 3.
What about Fontaine?
Fontaine rolled a 12, but what did Domingo get? A 7, and Zugarf got a 3, you said?
5 total for Zugarf, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And what did Hulbrick get?
20.
As long as Zugarf is gonna allow me, I want to switch my initiative with Zugarf.
As long as that's a thing, then
using my alert 1 D&D rules.
Oh yeah, I like it.
At first, I totally forgot. I was like, "What the heck is he talking about?" And I was like,
like,
"Oh, I know what he's doing. This is awesome."
This is an 4th edition.
Is this some weird artificer thing?
That's what I was thinking.
That's where
too.
my mind went. I was like, "No."
That's cool.
Swap initiative with 1 willing ally. At the start. So I'll go last, or at least
All
last
right.
for our group.
And I never put the dudes on there. And so interestingly enough, they were actually described differently, which is why the token looks a little different. But I like my description better, but that's what the token is.
I do too.
So you just see the 1 for now. We'll just say that. And actually, the fume drakes go first.
Really quickly, do we see that too, or does just
I would
just
say as far
Domingo?
as seeing it right now, just Domingo, but
Okay.
give it a second.
Yeah, I figured.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Just hear in your heads, shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so as soon as it's a little strange, like Domingo, I imagine you kind of step in there, you kind of do a quick look, and you're like, huh? And at that time you see this
double
like
take.
this like molten rock, glowing, toothy maw comes right after you.
Mercer.
Oh, that's a terrible 2. So yeah, does a 6 hit?
It sure doesn't.
No, it does not.
You fool.
Yeah.
You fool. And then what's the speed? Okay. And then this is what you guys see. You guys see coming from this rock above, you see another one fly immediately towards Domingo. The same kind of a creature come over there and is now going to attack. Which, you know what? I would give you guys flanking, so I'm going to give them flanking for it.
Yeah, that's only fair. Hey guys, I think I found the source.
Another bite, and that's going to be a 22 to hit, which I know.
Yeah, just barely.
I know that do it. And that's max damage. That is 6 fire damage as this thing. It's weird. It's like the teeth hit, but it's just heat. It's not piercing. It's like this very strange sensation. It's not however you want to.
Okay.
However you want to handle what that meant.
Yeah.
That's what
I
happened.
get you.
Yeah. And that's going to be their turn. And now we're up to Hulbrick, who gets to see this out of the corner of his eye. Go, huh? He's trying to ritually cast magic. Poor Hulbrick. Every plan, every seems to just.
How
Stupid dog.
can I get past my allies?
Yeah, I never blocked that.
Okay.
I think you're supposed to make it difficult terrain.
I think as long as you don't end your movement in the same space, right?
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I don't like that, so we're not doing it.
Yeah.
Second question is, what is actually, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So I'm gonna, seeing this, and be like, dicks. I'm gonna run up behind this other fume drake that just came up and flew up behind Domingo. Yeah. Right, because if I go 5, 10, 15, 20, whatever. As long as we can count it as flanking, that works. If I need to shift to get to flanking, I'll do that. I'm going to cast, as a bonus action, Shield of Faith on Domingo. So he now has a +2 to his AC for up to 10 minutes. Or until I
deem it not.
or until I lose concentration.
Yeah,
also,
no,
yes. So I'll do that. That's my bonus action. My action is going to be to try and smack this zombish out of the air.
Let's do it.
Right. All right. Here we go. That's a 14 plus numbers. +6, 20.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you hit.
That is going to be 6 bludgeoning damage as I rush up, cast Shield of Faith on him, jump up, and then just.
Your mace, right?
Yeah, with my mace.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was definitely focused on Domingo, and you smack it, and it you definitely connects with the thing, and it just, you see like cinder and ash kind of pop out a little bit as the mace connects to it, and you just hear like an odd gravelly shriek. I couldn't even, at least what I hear, at least what I imagine, I couldn't possibly replicate that sound, but it's a weird gravelly shriek of pain. Something like that, yeah. I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this. Yes. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
That is the same.
Welcome to our voice acting masterclass.
Yep. All right, so that's Heelbrick's action, bonus, and move. So he's done. That brings us to Zugarf with Domingo on deck.
Zugarf is going to, with 30 feet of movement, can I get directly adjacent to that the creature that's in front of Domingo, like below him?
Below him. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, you would leave the other creature's threat radius if that matters to
you. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, but I wouldn't be able to get. I still wouldn't be able to get like diagonal down one to the left and then one to the left of that, like in flanking. Not with 30 feet. All right.
With the way we do diagonals, I would say yes.
Oh, really? Well, you know what?
Is it factoring in difficult terrain?
There's no difficult terrain.
Okay. It's just doing that diagonals are 10 feet.
Every other diagonal technically is 2 squares of movement in 5e.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna.
Realistic.
I'm gonna use Adrenaline Rush to dash as a bonus action and gain 2 temp HP.
Okay. And you run him right through?
Would I? Yeah, you know what? I'll run right through. That's fine.
All right.
Do it.
14, which I think hits.
That's a hit.
Just hits, doesn't it? Okay. Minimum damage, 3 fire damage. It's a very similar effect. There's no bite to the bite. There is just fire to the bite. But yeah, you run right past.
From there, I will, and I'm just like rushing forward with my claymore. As I kind of like get behind this, I'm not even really waiting until I get right behind it to attack. I'm kind of, as I'm running past, slashing and like ending right behind it. But like mechanically, I waited until I was right behind it.
Toad's fine with me. I love the cinematic description.
Oh my god. Yo, I rolled a 1 and a 2. Like a natural 1 and a natural 2. I'm gonna use my inspiration to roll that a 3rd time.
Do it.
That's insane.
Wow.
God, give me a 3. Come on, baby.
1, 2, 3.
That's a 7, so that's 12, I believe. I do get a +1 for Fontaine's bonus, right? Okay, so that's a 13 then.
A 13 does hit.
Nice. Pretty low on the damage, but it's okay. Gonna be 6, 7, 8. 8 points of slashing damage, magical slashing damage, if that matters.
All right, yeah, you slice right into this thing, and it's strange. It's like if it was just like a regular creature, you would have sworn like you chopped its leg off or something like that. But like it's like you clearly hurt the thing, but the claymore goes right through. It was effective. It's just this odd thing. It's like, yeah, it's just weird. But you definitely hit it. You also hear a gravelly shriek of pain as you deal damage to this creature. So again, that was your action, your bonus, and your move. So we are moving over to Domingo, followed by Fontaine.
Okay, Domingo is going to move in between, I guess, the rock and Heelbreck, and I get to not take an opportunity attack, I'll bonus action disengage.
Okay.
So
if you want to go here, is that right?
Yeah. So either I go around or like, whatever works for you.
I say you could squeeze through. That's fine.
Yeah, I'll do like a cool little like wall around it.
Yeah.
Kind of shimmy my way through, and yeah, I'm gonna hack and slash at the Drake that's there.
Okay.
So first hit is a 14 to hit.
14 hits.
That's
get that sweet
6 plus sneak attack.
Sneak attack for the win.
9, 13.
Ooh.
That was with the short sword.
Yeah, very nice. Somewhat similar to what Zugarf did, except for much more finesse in the. I'm not even saying that because it's a finesse weapon. It's just a much more graceful move rather than raw power. But again, similar thing. You would almost have thought maybe you chopped a limb off or something, but it didn't quite. But this thing looks like you see
Kinda
almost like liquid.
Like
yeah, you just see almost like liquid magma kind of come out and like hit the ground, like, and you know you get that like sizzle effect, like some kind of maybe blood, I guess. I don't know. Weird.
Yeah, essence.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you want to call it, and then just second attack with a dagger.
Yeah.
It's 16 to hit, which hits.
16 does.
For 3 damage. Yeah, it's offhand, so 3 damage.
3 damage is exactly what it had.
Oh wow.
So yeah, how you want to do that?
Yeah, so like I said, I guess I start my turn off by doing like this little wall run to squeeze my way in between, to get away from the other Drake and squeeze my way in between Heelbreck and the rock, and I kind of just do like a bisecting.
Oh, you Anakin Dooku him?
I do, yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I shouldn't.
Zugarf gets his inspiration back.
Hey, I don't like sand.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then,
I love it.
and then like after that's done and it's kind of like a pile of molten ash on the floor, I look over at Heelbreck and I say, "Thank you."
All right. You do still have some more movement. I only counted that as 1 square, so if you wanted to.
That's true.
Not that you have.
I'll go around like the backside of that rock towards Zugarf. Yeah.
Like right there.
And
One
I
more?
guess down 1. Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay. All right. That's going to be it for Domingo, and then Fontaine is up.
Fontaine would notice that these were molten creatures, correct?
I think that's fair to say. It's unmistakable.
All right. So he would move up to where he would have a good shot on this creature. I don't know how close he would need to be to do that. And he would actually switch to this light crossbow.
Okay, I would say from here you would get a shot, but it'd be 3/4 cover. So if you want to continue to try and get a better angle, that's fine.
Does a crossbow have like a negative if you're within 5 feet?
Yeah, unless you have the expert feat.
Yeah, I mean, all I
disadvantage.
have is the gunner one, not for crossbows or for bows.
So yeah,
Yeah, I think any ranged
3/4
weapon without the feet, unfortunately.
3/4 cover or disadvantage. What did you choose? Mathematically, it's somewhat the same, actually.
What is it again
Roughly.
for 3/4 cover? Is it -5?
Well, +5 to the
+5
AC.
to AC.
Or +5? Yeah, it's
Actually-
the AC.
You know what? I'm gonna run up to it and disregard me taking my crossbow out. I'm gonna pull my mace out.
Yeah, probably.
Oh my.
I was
And I'm
gonna
gonna
say,
smack the crap out of it.
run up and shoot point blank because you're flanking, so it's just a straight roll with a crossbow.
Use that mace. I'm picturing Fontaine using pepper spray as mace.
I think it's safe to say all about that mace.
Oh no.
Yep.
That is only a 13 to hit.
13 hits.
Oh my gosh. I was so worried it was gonna miss.
Damn you, Jake.
I didn't make this creature up.
And that is 3 bludgeoning damage.
All right. In a shocking turn of events, at least to Fontaine, a 13 hits this Drake. But yeah, so again, similar. Again, it's like you hit it. There's like a metal on rock sound, a little bit of a but you definitely damage the thing. You see cinder and ash kind of fly around, and yeah, you damage this thing. So that would be. Did you take a bonus action? Did you?
No, but that will end my turn.
That's it. Okay. All right. Seeing the fume drake, you see kind of just like swirls its head around at Fontaine, kind of does this like little like duck and move maneuver. You smack it, and then it just turns around, and at Domingo and Zugarf, you see this like
Oh no.
scalding steam breath just kind of just comes streaming out, and I'm gonna need each of you to make a dexterity saving throw.
I'm good at those.
I'm not necessarily good at those, but I do get advantage on those.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, whoa, hold on.
Rolled 18 plus 6, it's 24.
That's
That
I
saves.
hope
That does save. Yep.
I got a 15.
Nope, not Fontaine. Fontaine is not in. It's like a
Oh, my
cone.
bad.
He just like that was just cinematic description. Yeah.
I got a 13.
You both save, so instead of 5 fire damage, you each take 2 fire
What a
damage.
time to be alive.
Yeah.
Nope,
And,
not heal damage.
Not
There
gonna do much else there. So I believe after that was Heelbreck, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
I'm going to quietly move. I'm gonna move because I want to try. I guess I could kind of like, if I take a step back, can I see the Drake?
Yeah, it would be similar, like a 3/4 cover if you were making an attack, but if you just need line of sight, you get enough.
I just need line of sight. I cast Toll the Dead.
Nice. What is that a wisdom thing?
I think so.
Yes. Toll the Dead, wisdom save of 15.
Well, a 10 is not going to do it.
No, it's not. But a 10 on the damage die is gonna do it.
Ooh. Okay.
Baby.
So what does Hulebrecht's Toll the Dead look like?
I was just wondering that.
Yeah.
I like it when it's unique for each.
I think that's half the fun of playing a spellcaster.
Well, I mean, no one else hears. Well, do other people hear the bells? Or does nobody else hear the bells? That's the question, because it just says that Dolores bells fill the air around it.
You tell us.
I like to think that Hulebrecht's Toll the Dead is reminiscent of like the bells of like church bells going off, but like there's like a light to it where it's almost like a welcoming, like, come here, you should be over here, as opposed to a more like ominous, like, you're going to hell. So I think it's kind of like
cheery bells.
It's kind of like uplifting. There's like a light and like a glimmering to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not just like like if you think of the overture for The Hunchback of Notre Dame, with like all the bells going at the same time, like kind of like that.
All right,
it's cool.
Yeah, this thing again. You hear this like gravelly shriek of, and kind of just. It looks like it's starting to like weaken and maybe like falter a little bit, but it seems like it's just hanging on by a thread.
And then I'm going to, so I've used 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm going to make my way kind of in towards like the center of those 3 pillars, and I'm going to look around just like quickly to see if there's more. Or
so like here, I think you got one more square if I count it right.
If I've got the other square, I'll move one to the left.
Okay.
Perfect. Just to kind of like see if there's anything else, just kind of like at the ready, like in case something else is gonna come out or not.
I know it's not the search action, but make a quick little perception check just for fun.
Sure. Uno.
Well, all right. So as described before,
I see nothing.
Yeah.
Plus 5.
There you go.
That's still a 1.
There you go.
You're telling me there's a 6.
Yeah, that's a great DM line. Oh yes, totally stealing that, and I may or may not give you credit later. Sugar is up next, though, followed by Domingo.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna make an attack, a normal attack with my claymore. Feeling a little hotter than before.
Go on and
toastier. All right, that is much better. That is 19 to hit.
Oh yeah.
I believe hits. Actually, it's 20 to hit. It's the same damage as before, so that's gonna be 8 slashing.
How you want to do this? Yeah, one to point left.
Hey.
Yeah, so his initial strike came kind of down along the kind of like the diagonal right to left side of this creature. He kind of starts off low and then moves back the other direction and just slices the thing. I feel like molten liquid kind of just spews out and burns the area around, and the sword is smoking.
Heck yeah.
Cool.
Love it. And as well, there's still smoke in the chamber, but as the other kinds of smoke settles, it seems as if for now, at the very least, you're not seeing movement, you're not hearing, like, creatures doing anything weird. Like, it seems like perhaps it's done.
Moving closer to the orange crystal, do I notice like a change?
What do you mean?
Like, do I notice it, it's glowing orange. Like, do I notice a change in the glow? Is it more intense, less intense? Now
like
that he's...
Like if it's reacting to you?
If it's reacting to... I don't know if it was linked to these dragons in any sense. Domingo's just wondering if there's a link there.
Yeah, I mean, it's, the glow feels pretty steady.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you would be able to, unless for some reason you wanted to imagine something, you don't actually notice the difference. Yeah, so you're coming over here somewhere, like, getting close to it. Okay.
I'm gonna begin casting my ritual again.
Fair enough.
Detect magic, and I'll just say, be careful with that. Give me a moment.
Okay. How about Fontaine and Zugar, if they doing anything?
Like, good.
Fontaine would slightly move up, like down below the other rock. That's below, yeah, just kind of about down there. And he would also. Were you guys talking or using the mental link?
Probably talking.
So Fontaine would just kind of like try to use the mental link and probably be like, this might be a better option to stay quieter. If anyone hears or responds to that.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Not too difficult.
Heelbrecht's doing his ritual. Does Zugarf want to do anything in the meantime?
No, I mean... Yeah.
I was gonna say, it seems like Domingo's content to wait unless I missed something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say this really isn't Zugar's wheelhouse, especially in the company that he's in. He understands that Hilbert and Fontaine are both
the learned folk.
More about magic than he does.
Yeah.
So he'll just he'll stand around, just ready to protect them if he needs to.
Yeah, like Domingo
or
is
something like that.
Sure,
he's intrigued by the crystal, but it's more of like a curious thing, not like an academic.
No, you know what? I think I'd be back where I was because I would want to be closer to Fontaine than to Hilbert, but maybe like in the actual space to the left of where I am right now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that works fine. And we could say your ritual goes off just fine. So Hilbert has his detect magic, and I think you actually are muted, which I'm pretty familiar.
My detect magic is up. My shield of faith is now gone on Domingo.
Mm-hmm.
So, sense presence of magic within 30 feet. If you sense magic, you can use your action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears it, and you learn its school of magic, if any. It's blocked by a foot of stone, an inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
Yeah, I mean, on top of the natural glow that that everybody sees with the orange crystal, you see a magical glow, whatever that looks like to you. You can definitely tell it is magical. And it says you know the school, right?
Yes.
You get an evocation vibe off of it. And I don't know if anyone has anything magical outside of Fontaine's gun glows. At least there's a part in the middle of the gun.
Yes. Well, and then I also did imbue both my armor and Zugarf's weapons, so I would think that they would probably glow as well.
Yeah, I was just about to say, and
different flavor of glow.
Yep. You could tell it's a little different. Like there's something about it that feels artificial to you.
Sure.
But it is magic.
Count it.
Yep. I'm trying to think of what school they would be. Definitely abjuration on Fontaine's armor. And something kind of non-specific on Zugarf's sword.
Is it an MMO? A magically modified organism?
I love that.
Okay. So I'll say to Fontaine, what do you know of magical artifacts? I understand that you work in some. Do you have any means of identification for them, or?
I have spent a good amount of time studying different things. I kind of lived in the library half my life. And can I do an Arcana check on it?
Sure.
I'll give him a if I can either help. I mean, I've got guidance, but like in a the help action of saying like it is an evocation.
Yeah, if you want to have advantage and get the D4, that's fine with me.
Okay. So you have advantage on your check and you get a D4.
That is a 22.
22. Okay. So it's very odd, and I think if you had to guess, you feel as if there is some kind of similarity between the crystal you're looking at and the crystal that powers your gun. However, this is naturally occurring, and that's
it does appear to be natural occurring.
I think there's just a certain intuitive yes there for you. It's it's not the same, but there's something similar. There's a very similar principle from the crystal you use versus what you're seeing right now.
Do we think it's safe to move?
I would say I do think it would be safe to move. This does seem very, very similar to something I've worked with before. But it seems like it's the natural version of it. I didn't even know that could exist.
This day just seems to be full of surprises for us, doesn't it? Perhaps it could help you with your research and studying. I would advise to be very careful with it, but if it is similar to something you've worked with before, then I see no reason why you should be the one to handle it.
I would like how big is it? I mean, I guess I would go ahead and go up to it.
Okay.
I mean, is it like placed or is it like set in the wall?
It looks like it's set in the wall, and if you kind of imagine looking at it.
We're probably up looking at it. In case it explodes.
It's not exact. Whatever. Yeah, so you're over here, you're looking at this thing, and there is somewhat of a it's somewhat translucent. It's kind of foggy a little bit, but it looks like it's wedged in there a bit. Maybe about somewhat of a natural looking cylinder is obviously not the right word, but it's longer, not like spherical.
Like an alcove.
Yeah.
And how big of a crystal is it? Are we talking like size of a hand? Are we talking, a foot by?
No, we're talking like halfling size. Like it's
okay.
Yeah, it's a good size. Yeah.
Do we get the idea that this is the rock that was blocking the
vent?
The vent. Yes, thank you.
I would say just roll an intelligence check, or unless you can think of something else.
Perception? I don't know. I'm not counting that because I dropped the die and did not want to roll.
The intent to roll is a thing.
Okay. All right. That's a 19.
I think it's a real safe bet. Or I think Zugarf is thinking like that would make a lot of sense.
So perhaps Zugarf will just say that out loud.
Zugarf, you want to give me a hand trying to move this out of the way? The other two may want to back up in case this explodes or something.
Yeah, I'll back up.
Well, if it does explode, this has been a fun ride.
Does that seem...
Well, there's other ways I'd rather go out, but this may as well be the one.
If you're gonna go out.
It shouldn't explode. It might burn your hands depending on what's going on with it, but usually it requires some sort of catalyst to cause the explosion.
Well, Hubrick, if you're going to go out, you might as well go out helping no creatures. Whatever.
Alright, so is that what you guys are gonna try and...
Yeah, well, try.
It's like, when you touch it, it's like touching a really warm coffee mug. You know? So it's not like damaging by any stretch.
It's kind of pleasant.
Yeah, if you were cold, you'd be, yeah, this is pretty good. But you try and like, are you trying to move it, like pull it, like just kind of get your bearings with what's going on? What's
I'd
the
like to bop it and then twist it.
Yeah,
and then
spin it.
You don't want to flick it though.
Oh god. Yeah, instead of flick it, you're just trying to pick it.
I would say we're pulling on it because we want to like pick it up and move it. So
yeah, we're trying to get it out of that space.
Yeah, you. This thing doesn't feel like it's moving. Like you try and move it, and there's nothing. Like you're trying to see what's going on. It does not feel like it's gonna move at all.
Really?
Fontaine, can I borrow your mace?
How big is the actual crystal?
Like the size of a halfling. and it's like wedged in there, like you're.
Yeah, it's like surrounded by rock.
It's kind of foggy. It's either surrounded by rock or it's surrounding the rock. It's kind of hard to tell.
Interesting.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and give you my mace.
I'm gonna try and break up some of the rock around it while Zugar's working on whatever he's working on.
That's what I was gonna try to just kind of break. If the the point where it's connected, not necessarily break the. I'm not trying to flick the beam.
I don't want to hit
it. Okay.
I'm trying to.
I'm trying to tease it a little bit.
All right.
I'm trying to lube it up so it's ready. It's ready.
Just make sure I can. Yeah, you can get easy. All right. Okay.
Does that seem ridiculous? Does that seem like, because like my thought is to break pretty much what Hilbert said he was doing, but I was planning on using brute force with a mace to do that, and not however he's doing it.
I was gonna try and be a little more delicate with it, but yeah, I mean, same.
I mean, do you have like a chisel? Is that like if you had like a hammer and chisel, that would be what you would try and? Okay.
That I'm proficient.
Making a nice bludgeoning weapon, you know.
I also don't.
Zugar does not seem like he's equipped for the same.
I mean,
guys,
you
like,
mean to give Zugar a crowbar?
I could use the other side of my hand axe, but I figured there'd be more force with the mace.
Is my vial of acid strong enough to corrode rock?
Ooh.
What a question.
Right?
That's a good question.
Is that the only thing? The only descriptor is its vial of acid.
Acid vial.
That's all. Okay.
As an action, I can splash the contents of this vial onto a creature within 5 feet of you, or throw the vial up to 20 feet, shattering on impact. In either case, make a ranged attack against the creature or object, treating the acid as an improvised weapon. On a hit, target takes 2d6 acid damage.
Oh, there you go.
I would say you probably think there's a decent chance that perhaps you could burn some rock away. Whether you'd be able to make sure it doesn't hit the crystal too, I don't know about that, but if that's even important to you.
With my vast knowledge of alchemy, I'm going to use the iron pot that I also have in order to kind of like contain the reaction against the rock.
Sure.
Because that's what an intelligence of 15 gets you, folks.
All right. Let's just say, we'll just say a dexterity check, just for good measure. Not a particularly hard one, but
I don't melt my hands. That is 11.
Fine. So, yeah. So you're using the pot to make sure it protects the crystal, but you're just trying to get the.
Yeah, I'm trying to just like keep it away from the crystal, but just kind of like, weaken the edges a bit.
Sure. Okay, yeah. Roll your acid damage as if you threw it at something.
Okay. What did I say? 2d6? Yep.
Yes, sir.
Sick. Nasty. That is a crushing 3.
Okay. I think you get the impression that if you had a lot more of this, maybe your idea would work.
I rolled again and I got a 7. Would that change it?
Probably not.
Well, that didn't work. I guess let's hit it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, just Zugar just kind of slowly, like
winding up.
Just
we're doing this.
The pot in front of my face.
Yeah, I'm not driving. Sure.
What? So you just take the mace out and smash it?
Yeah, if there's a part of the rock that it's near that that seems weak, or seems weaker or thinner and it just visibly, I would try to hit that part of it.
to try
so
to even.
Just the mace hitting the rock.
Yeah. Yep. I'm not trying to slam it into like the wall. You know, like if it's the wall. It's I guess I'm looking.
I'm just trying to understand. It's certainly not a very fine.
I'll hand him my hand axe to use as like a chisel, so he can hold it up and then use Fontaine's mace to kind of drive into the rock. Like I'm never gonna use the hand axe, so it may as well try and unwedge this crystal.
Okay. Really trying to think of what the heck I'm supposed to do with this.
Does it help if I cast Bane on the thing?
No, that just burns a spell slot.
What if I command it to get out of the way?
Might have some fun. I'm gonna just say that you're hitting the rock with this, and this is gonna take a long time, which you certainly could do if you wanted to, but we're probably talking, based on the size of this thing and how much you'd have to do and how far back this thing goes, which you're still a little unclear on. Perhaps it could work, but I again, at minimum half hour working at this thing.
So we think this fell into the vent.
I'm not sure where you get that from, but I would say that there's...
If it's wedged behind the rock and we can't pull it out, that means that it wasn't most likely pushed in. And if this was a vent space...
I see what you're saying.
That means that something's capping the vent from up top, and that this may have been dropped in from that space.
I'd actually say, based on just how well it seems to be formed around the rock, that might seem unlikely.
Okay.
Is it almost like it was always there?
Perhaps. But I mean, obviously something's different now with the sickness that's going on. What's Domingo doing during all of this? I feel like Domingo's got the wiggles usually, and
I mean, he is kind of letting the brains, work out their. I don't know. He's unsure. He's listening to the back and forth of the two learned individuals trying to decipher what this means, and he's looking at Zugarf hack away at it with his mace, and he's wondering what he can offer to the equation. He's looking at his thieves' tools. Doesn't really do anything for him.
Yeah.
I'll check out the purple crystal formation.
Okay.
And see. I don't know. Is it the same kind of deal where it's probably hard to break off a piece of a crystal compared to the orange?
It just looks like a large cluster of purple crystals just seem to be coming from the stone itself. So I don't know if it's definitely different. Like that almost looks like it's like maybe many crystals, and it seems like, as opposed to just one large orange crystal.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, He's gonna see if he can like break off a piece. He's got. It's like a blunt instrument, a hammer. They take a hammer to the edge of one of these purple crystals and try to break it off.
Yeah, I would say if you give it a good whack, maybe the first one you're trying to like just see how hard it is or whatever, and then you just second one, little piece of it kind of just falls to the ground.
Okay. Well, I don't know what I learned, but you know the crystals are definitely different over here. So I don't know what kind of trouble you guys are having. Maybe we could, you know.
And to my knowledge, you haven't tried to hit the crystal itself. You're just trying to see if you can get the rock around. Okay.
Yeah,
making
I was
sure
just
I wasn't
thinking about hitting it
misunderstanding
myself. I was
wanted to make sure I didn't misunderstand you.
Throwing something at it.
Yeah, whack the crap out of it.
Before I do that, is there anything that looks like it would be the source of the sulfurous smell? Or are we just assuming it was the drakes that were in here?
I mean, the smell is pretty heavy in this room. I don't know. I think it might be too difficult to pinpoint, but it smells like sulfur. Someone let a bunch go, and it's just lingering.
Sure. And then you said there were soot stains.
Let me just take a look at that again. Streaks of soot trace a path along the cave walls between the purple crystals and the fissure. Yeah.
Okay. I guess I'll move on to try and figure out what's going on with these soot stains. And leave the crystal for the time being. Okay. Like they're going back and forth from the purple crystal to the orange one, or from the orange crystal to the crack that's by Zugarf?
From the purple crystals and the fissure. So from where Domingo is
to over by us.
To you guys, yeah.
Is there anything in that crack to my left or no?
No,
Okay.
Just looks like a cave extension, yeah.
It's just there so it doesn't get fined.
Yeah.
Wait.
Do we know how tall this cavern is? Like, can we see the ceiling? Is there anything on the ceiling?
That's a good question. I want to say it's roughly 15 feet, but let me check the cave features. Hold on. About 20 feet high. You know, more or less naturally looking, but yeah.
Well, do we want to try and shoot this thing, which will probably cause it to explode, and we all hide? It seems that they're going back and forth between the purple crystals and this for whatever reason, those drakes.
We can give it a shot.
Or I could
Ba-dum-bum.
slam it with a hammer or mace like a gong.
My worry is that it'll explode in your face.
What's that to worry about?
I mean, I only lost my eyebrows once when I was working on my pistol.
Well, I'll stand back and be ready to heal you guys if anything gets worse. But if you're gonna hit that thing, I'm gonna back up.
I'm gonna hit it. Yeah, that's what I'm planning on doing. I mean, it's either that or Fontaine shoots it. But if he hasn't suggested that, then I'm gonna hit it.
that nice little like U that's in the topmost rock. I'm gonna just kind of nuzzle on in there.
Right in this area?
The top part of it.
Here.
Yeah, right.
That's not an exact thing, but more or less. Yeah. I got you.
Just kind of tucked on in there. Just cure wounds at the ready.
My plan. Well, never mind.
Where does Domingo want to be?
He's fine. He'll probably go a bit closer to the rock. Yeah, to the left. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. How about
Just to
Fontaine?
kind of have some cover.
Yeah.
Fontaine would move up to the rock that's kind of above him a little bit and be over to the right and up a little bit, but he would be peeking out, like, because he would want to look at it and see how it reacts to being hit just on the.
You're probably more like this, but just kind of like.
Yeah, exactly. I would probably say if you were giving a cover, I would probably do half and not 3/4 of, you know, like kind of a thing. Because he is peeking out.
Sounds fine.
I would go for full cover, and then the second that I hear like an explosion or the hit, I would just like right afterwards, I would be like, okay, now turn and go in.
Okay. Does Domingo want to have anything ready? Or
No, he's good.
Okay.
What would you like me to roll, or do you not want me to roll, or what am I doing?
You just want to hit it with your mace?
I'm just gonna hit it with somebody's mace. Two-handed.
Yeah. No, that's totally fine. All right, so you take the mace and you just smack the front of this thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Single good strong whack, and then and this thing just kind of shatters like, and you see what looks like a 2-foot diameter sphere of smoldering obsidian kind of like falls down to the ground and like rolls forward a little bit. I'm just gonna move the on the background layer, but it's gonna move this a little bit, moves to like here, and then starts to like break open a little bit. Like you start to see like cracks in it. And then out of it uncoils what looks like well, I'll show you what it looks like. While
Uncoils, that's not good news.
Uncoils is the right word, yeah. While you
I'm saying it's not good news.
Well, you roll for initiative because we got
It's a salamander. We're all dead.
Not that. That's way too big.
Jesus Christ!
That's way too big.
We're definitely all dead.
What have I done?
Just wanted to scare you guys. It's all good.
Oh man. That is 18 for Zugarf.
Alright. Sweet. This is a 6 for Heelbrick.
And I would say that as that transformation was happening, I think Zugar, and you know, if you don't want to do this, that's fine, but he would have probably dropped the mace and kind of readied his claymore.
He would have hit it.
I'm not gonna try to say that, but although if it seemed hostile, I probably would hit it. But you know.
All right, and
I
then
hit a crystal and it just kind of rolls out. And this thing comes out of it. I'm definitely hitting whatever comes out of it.
you also see 3 more of these little creatures that you had just seen.
Excellent.
How we doing?
Kind of all come out as the snake uncoils itself. So I've got, I think 18 for Zugarf, 6 for Heelbrick.
What's Domingo have?
Continuing the theme of shit initiative rolls for this campaign, it's a natural 1.
Ooh, was it a 5? No.
Yeah.
Or, yeah.
Yeah, it's right, 5.
I got a 12, but I'll switch with Domingo if he's willing to.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
That's a pretty cool feature.
That is.
I think it's fantastic. All right, Zugarf is actually going to go first, so it works out, Josh, in your in your version of the story.
Yay. Oh Lord. All right. Well,
Boop the snoot.
boop the snoot.
Boop.
Yeah. I mean, boy. I guess Zugarf is gonna go for. He'll go for the big. Yeah. I guess he'll go for the big one. He's just gonna make an attack. Here's the 3. Oh no, that's a 24.
24 hits.
Better damage. That's gonna be 12 magical slashing.
Ooh, okay.
That's spicy.
Heck yeah. Okay. Yeah, you slice right into this thing, and it's your sword connects with its body. It rips a nice chunk of fire flesh away, or whatever you want to feel like that looks like. And as that happens, you feel like this burst of heat just kind of come right in your way. Yep. And you take 5 fire damage.
That's a lot of fire damage.
Oh.
All right. Are we still mentally connected?
Sure are.
Maintain control. Do not lose control.
All right. Is that it for Zugarf?
Yeah, that's it for Zugarf. I mean, if I try to move anywhere, I'm taking
I don't know.
multiple opportunities. No, I know. It's better to not assume. I'm just laughing about my position right now.
Yeah. Yeah, you are surrounded.
Yep.
Yeah, so I feel like nobody really is visible much except for Zugarf. So this fume drake flies down here and is going to take a bite. Gonna help take a bite out of, I was gonna say crime, but it's not biting Domingo. All right, 9 plus is probably a miss. 13 misses, right? Just misses?
Miss.
Okay. This one is gonna come down here, and then also wow, yeah. We're all going after the Zugarf party here.
Ruh-roh.
Let's go.
Natural 2 is a miss. Okay.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Third one's gonna take a bite. 13 plus, that's probably gonna hit 17.
That's a hit.
Yeah. 2 plus 2, 4 fire damage. Again, that weird, like, non-piercing bite. It's like an odd thing. All right. And then the snake itself, its head whips around after you did your deal, and it's gonna take a little fiery bite at you. That's gonna be a hit. 15 plus, yeah, so 18 to hit.
Okay, that's a hit.
That is 2 piercing plus 1 fire. Oh my god. That's, yeah, okay. 2 piercing plus 1 fire.
Oh.
And out comes its tail, swinging at your head. All right, 10 plus 3 is a 13.
Oh man.
So
wow.
he is bobbing and weaving his way around. Oh my gosh, I thought I was gonna kill Zugarf right there.
He's so stealthy.
Yeah, and that is all of the bad guys. Domingo.
How much movement would it take to get to the low, like, yeah, the bottom fire drake? I guess, like, to the right of it.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You could get there.
All right, I will do so. And I'm gonna cast. I have a bonus action, Healing Word. I'm gonna cast Healing Word on Zugarf.
Ooh.
And basically you're gonna see Domingo's eyes kind of glow with this like radiant, like light blue, light yellow, like radiant energy. And he basically tells you, hey man, clocking out is not an option here. And you kind of feel like a warm glow, and you heal That's a 4 on the D4. 6 hit points.
That's nice.
And hack and slash that Drake.
Do it. Do it.
Thank you.
I don't know if sneak attack applies because it has a friend adjacent to it, so it's gonna be like 18 to hit, 12 plus 6.
Yeah, and if you deal sneak attack, you have advantage on the attack.
Do I? Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure because it has like a friendly adjacent to it. I don't know
Oh no, that's
exactly how that works.
no, you're good.
Yeah. So
I'm
that's
not sure I'm familiar with that thought process.
4 plus 6. 10, 14
Wait.
damage with the
14,
short sword.
yeah. Ooh.
And then with the dagger, that's a 14 to hit with the dagger.
Also a hit.
And that's just 1 point of damage.
Okay.
So 15 total.
That's still good. Yeah, I mean you it was quite the turn. Little healing, little damage.
Thanks.
Little healing, lots of damage actually.
That was my spell, so.
Thank you.
Pretty timely. All right, and that brings us to Hulbreck after a nice little healing from Domingo and a heck of a shot on that fume drake.
I'm gonna take a couple steps around the corner to the left. Yeah. I'm gonna cast Fairy Fire on all of them.
Oh, dex saves for. Okay, does
Dex
that also
saves
hit
for all of them?
Zugarf?
Each object, any creature in the area when the spell is cast is also outlined in light. I don't think there's a way that I can get all of them and avoid Zugarf.
Okay. So you're just lighting everybody up.
That's the attempt. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Right. And the dex saves, right?
Dex saves,
Including me, right?
including you, unfortunately.
Advantage
That's
for
okay.
you.
You have advantage. So.
All right. The first fume break fails. Second one natural 20. Third one.
It's a dirty 20 for me.
All right, you're good. My save is a 15.
Okay, that's exactly what I was gonna ask. Only one success, so
Sweet. Make them all purple.
I was gonna say what color?
Good. The big guy got it, which is
Yeah, no, it was just one of the fume drakes. So yeah,
that's what I was hoping for. All right.
risk reward was good on that one, man.
Yeah. Worth.
Absolutely. Even if it hit me too, still worth it.
Yeah.
Just no
Yeah,
more
then
reason
it
to
just
reckless.
opens you up for reckless. Yeah.
I was gonna say you can just use reckless now anyway. Yeah. there's no way.
And then I'm going to. So that's only like what 10 feet. I'm going to try and flank the
Yep.
salamander with.
Like that?
Yeah. Yep. Perfect. And
Okay.
I'll spit on him as a bonus action.
There you go. The spittle
Just to
hits
try
and a little
and-
steam comes off as it
Yeah.
the body.
Try and get his attention a little bit.
Yeah, sure. All right, Fontaine.
All right.
This is gonna be fun. I feel like we're gonna have some fun.
Yes, Fontaine's gonna move down 2 into the left 1. And I'm gonna cast Chromatic Charge
Yeah, sure you are.
as cold on the snake thingy. So you just kind of see just like ice, just kind of like in like frost, kind of like almost forming above his head. And then I'm gonna pull out my crossbow and try to take a shot at him.
Let's do it.
And I do get advantage with the shot because of Fairy Fire.
You sure do. Fairy Fire's freaking awesome. That's what it
Amazing.
is.
Hex yeah. And they can't go invisible.
And that, my friends, is a nat 20.
Stop it! Let's go.
That's why we do it.
It was
boys
2
and
good
girls.
rolls. It was a 20 and a 14 without
That's
even any
awesome.
of the...
You're critting the chromatic charge dice too.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's designed basically as an arcane smite.
That's really cool.
This is gonna get gross.
A lot of damage.
It's gonna get gross.
That's what I'm talking about.
So to start it off with, it is 9 piercing damage.
Okay.
And
Big money, no whammy.
20 cold damage.
Because it's vulnerable to cold.
Oh,
That's 40 cold damage.
nasty.
That's like. It had a total of 22. It was already hurt. So Fontaine, what the heck happens to this creature?
Oh,
I mean,
man, so worth the spell slot.
Insta kill.
You
Insta-kill.
you just see you see the arrow go into it, and then you just kind of like see the cold follow, like you see like an ice just going straight into it.
Ooh.
And it literally like it just goes into it, and then the snake just explodes, but in an odd thing, it's cold on anybody that it hits. Like instead of it being magma that hits people, it's kind of like a slushy of ice almost.
Amazing.
Oh my gosh.
That's so cool.
Yes. Like, well, it's also vulnerable to cold. I was like, oh my god.
I was hoping it would be.
Oh
I didn't
my
know
goodness.
what fire things were, but I was like, please.
In my opinion, 5e grossly underuses that for things like fire and just.
100%.
And I was so happy that happened. So happy you did that.
That's so cool. I need the art for that right away.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think you've got a few more squares of movement if you want to do that or not, but I don't know.
I don't feel like it. Actually, yes. I am gonna move up 1, like up 1 to the left, like above Domingo. Right, yeah, right there.
Okay. All right. So after Fontaine goes, we've got Zugarf, who was looking rough for a moment, but the cavalry has arrived.
I'm going to attack the one that I'm flanking with. That also has fairy fire on it.
You got it.
Also gonna use adrenaline rush again. Like, can I dash and just not move? Is that too
That gives
much
you
of a
10
cheese?
HP, right? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
You're fine.
Okay, cool. So I have
Considering
2
you're the
temp HP.
barbarian who doesn't rage.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about, Jake.
We don't know.
Just wiggle in place a little bit.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, exactly. I just start bouncing side to side.
It's like a cartoon guy just trying to get a head start, like tick, 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 before he takes off.
So I'm gonna attack this guy. Oh my god! Come on, man.
You need new dice. You need a dice
5
gem.
and a natural 1, which brings me to 11 to hit.
11 just misses.
You have triple
Rough.
advantage because it's flanking, and if you
Unfortunately, no.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I think that's all I can do at this point. So yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Bummer.
Well, it's safe to say that you've gotten some more attention from these creatures. So this first one is going to still attack Zugarf, actually. That's going to be a miss. That's a 9. Yeah, 9's going to be a miss.
That's right.
This one turns and immediately does its scalding breath on Fontaine and Domingo on that cone. So you need dex saves, which
Does it also hit its the other one?
it does. It doesn't seem to care.
Yeah, okay, I figured that.
I rolled a 2, but I'm going to use my inspiration.
I got a 16.
16 passes.
Rolled much better. Rolled an 18.
Both pass. So instead of taking 7 fire damage, you take 3.
Sweet.
And then I'm gonna have you do it again because the one underneath it is gonna do the same thing.
That is an 8.
That's a fail.
It's 15.
That's a pass. So 3 fire damage to Fontaine and 1 to Domingo.
I'm glad that was the one I failed on.
Yeah, if you had to, that was the one. Fire Snake is dead. Domingo, you go.
I'll just hack and slash the one that's in front of me, I guess.
Yeah. Colon advantage.
Oh yeah, fairy fired.
And
that's 2 12s, so it's like 18 to hit.
That's a hit.
It's another 6 on the short sword. Plus 4. 10, 14.
Drop it like it's hot. How you want to do this?
Yeah.
See what I did there? See what I did there?
I'll do like I think he'll like plant his foot up on the cavern wall and jump up and kind of do like 2 blades into the Drake. Yeah, just kind of plunge them into whatever its shoulder area. I think you're muted, Jake.
I was, yeah. It's almost like a weird puff of like a magma mist. As it just kind of falls to the ground.
I'll say he was doing it like as he was avoiding like the breath attack or whatever. It just caught his foot.
Sure.
Gave him like 1 damage, and then he was able to plunge.
Absolutely.
Plunge the blades into it.
Did Domingo stab it in the trachea?
It's like an off though.
Oh god.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Domingo takes a point of psychic damage.
so do all the viewers. All right, what else do you? Because you still get your follow-up attack if you want, right?
That is true. Yeah, I guess technically I do. Yeah, I'll run up to the one that's to the right of Zugarf and try and slash with my dagger.
Like in this position or from a flanker?
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, underneath it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So 6, but advantage.
This one you wouldn't.
Hit. Oh no. Okay.
So, but if you want to be in the other
first
spot,
roll, which was 6, so 12 total to hit.
12 does hit.
Oh, perfect. D4. 3 damage.
Okay.
And I'll stay right there.
All right, we've got Gilbrick.
I was hoping there were more people to do this with, but this works. You see around Heelbrick, the wind starts to like pick up around him. His hair starts kind of flowing upwards. This menacing yellow glow comes to his eye, and the holy symbol that he is like emblazoned on his chest of his armor. The stitching in it almost seems to like glow in and of itself as he uses his channel divinity Radiance of the Dawn. And like a sunbeam just kind of like bursts out from him.
Yes.
Nice.
So every hostile creature within 30 feet, any magical darkness, they have to make a DC 15 con save, or they will take a bunch of radiant damage.
2 failures.
Sweet. Oh, that's a 9 and an 8. Plus 2. So that's 19 damage radiant each.
Unreal.
That is almost as good as you can do on 2d10.
Yeah.
This one in front of Domingo that he just hit had 19 and died. And then this one right above the remaining one is looking real rough. And man, so it's like a radiant fire, right?
Yeah. So it's
such a weird, it's got to be a weird visual to see like a holy fire hitting something that's very obviously fire based and like being burned. This is really cool.
Holy burned.
Yeah, there's like just
it's like a searing radiance to it.
Yes.
It's like so bright that it burns even magma.
Yeah.
Or lava.
Absolutely. All right. Do you want to do anything else?
I'll step to him, and that'll be it.
Perfect. Okay, after Heelbrecht is Fontaine, followed by Zugarf.
All right. Fontaine will use his bonus action to reload his crossbow, because it does have to be reloaded.
That crossbow life, though.
Yeah. And he will take a shot at this Drake. And that is a... Oh, no, wait. It's advantage. Hallelujah.
It is, yeah.
Otherwise, it would have been a 9 to hit, but now it's a 15 to hit.
15 hits. It turned a miss into a hit.
And that is 4 piercing damage.
Please describe your kill, Fontaine. It had 3 left.
This one is much more muted. You just see the crossbow bolt just go into it, and it kind of like... You see the crossbow bolt kind of like disintegrate along with the creature as it kind of just like melts, but it also kills it as it just kind of turns into ash and dust.
Nice.
I love that. And I think at that point we are going to say goodbye to chapter 2, or at least our episode of chapter 2, and pick it up next time. So don't play with fire, kids. Not good for you. But if you do, make sure you have Fontaine and his ice spells to help put it out.
Or better fire, like Heelbrecht.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Holy
Yes.
fire.
Put glitter on him.
Oh man.
Fight fire with holy fire.
That was wonderful. But
That was so
thank you so much for watching. We will see you next week, because who knows if we're playing next week, but you won't know that, Mr. Mrs. Viewer, whatever your name is. And,
depending on when you're watching it, you can start it now.
It's true.
Exactly.
Who cares about waiting?
Yep. So, as always, don't forget to like, comment, share, subscribe, and give someone
Get
a
your
high
butts
five.
in the Discord.
Link in the description. Linktree. On that note, adios, muchachos.